Hi, good afternoon, guys. How's it going? Can you hear me okay today? Sounds good, good, good. How are you all doing? Take you through the process of what we're doing on my separate accounts. Well, this one up here, this is an auction house listing account. So this is my one that's putting everything on the auction house. These two at the bottom are crafting. So this is a tailor unraveling cloth. This is a inscription character, just making inks. And this one I'm just doing my weekly gathering on. Just getting his weekly knowledge for his herbing and mining character. Although, as you can see, I'm not a farmer. I'm not very good at this stuff. I've done a semi-shuffle on one tune. Any suggestions for a long-term single double profession investment for my acuity? Yeah. Have you literally just started a profession now? Because if you've just started a profession now and your acuity shuffle, you basically can only have the same acuity as someone that's started that's been at it since the start of the expansion. AK chat, what professions would you recommend to an only mining and herbing farmer? Well, if you're only a mining and herbing farmer, surely mining and herbing. But do you mean sort of like crafting professions? Because if you're looking at crafting stuff, the ones I've started putting on the channel recently, the concentration builds, that's probably the best setup I would suggest for most people now, just because it's so simple, easy, low investment cost, low effort to set up, and low risk. Anything where you're trying to compete with crafters now is very, very difficult. Even my crafters, like my inscription guy here, who's BIS, the profit margins are just so low. It's very hard to get into active crafting now. But concentration builds, yeah, you can still make lots of gold from those. Yeah, concentration builds can make lots of gold, much lower risk. But people just don't seem to like it because it seems to be a bit cheaty. But it's fine if you've got all those alts from Remix, then get them used. I've been staring at all my acuity and don't know what to spend it. How much is all that acuity? Are we talking hundreds, thousands? What are you scanning all over and over? I'm just scanning to chuck stuff on the auction house. So mostly I'm selling some potions, selling some tailoring stuff, and some inscription stuff. AK Chat, could you go through your thought process and how to choose a good target when the expansion launched? Um, I mean, so I assume you talk. It was it you that commented on the video saying about making a video about it because I was going to respond to that. It was a really good comment. I like comments like that rather than comments talking about the boundless cipher prices and just trying to copy what I did in the video. Actually thinking about the thought process because that's the sort when you're thinking that way, in the future you're going to be someone that makes a lot of gold because you think you're asking the right questions. Um, it's So let's just bring this up again. So we talked about these on stream before, and I'm not saying this is a good market because I don't know for sure. But when we looked at this last weekend, like these are the potion bombs from engineering. I'm not saying these are amazing. I don't know. But when we looked last week, there was literally 200 of each of these, and this is on the US region-wide auction house, and this is a consumable, so there's hardly any of them now. So that's one of the. I'm always looking for things that other people are doing. If you're going to go into a sort of in a potion or a flask crafting market, then you're going to be, ridiculous competition. And you don't have to be extreme. You have to be extremely good and extremely lucky to be the one making all the gold. Something like this, nobody's doing it. Now I don't know if nobody's doing it because it's crap, or if nobody's doing it because just nobody's doing it. But I guess we'll really see how good these are when Mythic Plus starts up. But it is a lot like I said in the video. You've got to know what's not just what's going on with your profession, but what's going on with your professions as well. So it does require having quite a good background knowledge of all the professions as well. But if it was you that did the comment on the video, it is something I'm going to think about doing a video on in the future. But it's not sort of a short-term video. That's sort of a video I can do further down the line when there's when there's not so much going on. Because I've got like about 10 videos to make at the moment. Yeah, if you've just started now, even if you shuffle, it's going to be very, very difficult to be competitive because even if you shuffle, you're only going to be at the same stage as where most other crafters have been, just by doing the stuff from the start of the expansion. So I'd say with like crafting stuff, you're going to struggle. I mean, like for like mining and herbalism would be great because you can pick up all the books and everything. But for crafting professions, it's going to be really difficult because you need basically to be BIS now to be able to compete. And even then, at times it's difficult. The alts, sure, concentration works, but it doesn't feel scalable. I did a tiny bit of maths on it earlier. So if you're getting 5k per use of concentration, use your concentration twice. You do that twice. Do it about twice a week because you don't use your full concentration. You tend to use about 400. Then I figured it out. If you did 2 professions on 20 characters, I think it's about 1.5 million gold profit a month. Now the profit margins probably won't stay that high for the whole expansion, but yeah, it's not something where you can be continuously crafting like these characters. I say continuously crafting as they've stopped crafting and they're not doing anything, but it's definitely a lower risk, lower barrier to entry, easier way to make gold because a lot of people that are trying to muscle in the crafting market are just losing gold. They're just hemorrhaging gold from trying to muscle their way in because it's just very, very competitive now. How can we make rank 3 spores? So the spec you need, you literally just need these 2. Oh, and we're lagging again, guys. Oh, and OBS is giving me issues. Right, what's going on? Right, sorry guys, OBS is not happy about something. And I know I'm not the first one to have this issue this week. So, for those of you that can still see me, so it's 13 quality fabric, 30 into weaving, and then you can craft rank 3 spools. But obviously you need all your rare profession gear to be able to do it. But ideally, once you've maxed those out, then you also want to max out extra threads because that's going to increase your resourcefulness. And nowadays you're going to need that to be competitive. This other stuff here, you don't really need this. This is just to be able to craft bolts, which I'll eventually be able to do. Right, let's get you back on it. Right, you need to get on with that. Okay, so do you have a guide for posting with TSM? No, I don't, because my TSM stuff is extremely basic. And so I don't do a guide for it because there are other people out there who really do know how to use TSM and have much better guides than I could ever make. I think Hazel's got one, Samadan's got one. And those are the sort of guides I used when I started using it. Isn't that from engineering? The potion bombs, if that's what you're talking about, all the engineers got baited to upbuilds. Yeah, everyone got baited to mount crafting and park crafting. Nobody went for the potion bombs. Right, sorry, 1 minute, guys. I need to kill a spider or something. Where is it? No. We're not going to kill it. We're going to put it outside. Right, go on. Sorry about that, guys. The wife is massively arachnophobic. I've been hanging on to my rank 3 flask since expansion started in hopes it'll bump up with Mythic Raid release. Well, some people can craft these now, unless it's the Chaos one you're talking about. I can't imagine anyone can craft the Chaos one yet. Hi, thanks for all the good ones. Hope the videos are helping. Man's a billionaire, still engaged. I'm still grinding his own herbs. I'm not actually grinding the herbs. I'm just doing the weekly stuff. How profitable is unraveling Weavercloth at the moment? At the start of the expansion, it was pure loss due to the low bulk prices. I've just been selling the spools, so I don't think you can really have a build. Well, it's difficult to have a build that can do both at this stage. So I can make spools and I can make profit from those, but I can't make bolts, so I just have to sell the spools at the moment. Eventually, I'll be able to make the bolts. That's what I'm just working on in the spec at the moment. Probably by next reset, I'll be able to make bolts, but there probably won't be anything in it by then. Oh, need some more potions, guys. Hey, for alts, would you say the combination of alchemy, formology, dual crafting based on your recent video would be ideal for alts that I don't want to spend too much time on? I think, I mean, that would fine. That would work fine. Flask of Chaos works fine for alchemy as well. The only reason I haven't done a video on alchemy for concentration alts, because I do think it's probably the best profession for concentration alts, possibly maybe. It's really difficult to level up. Well, not really difficult. It's very RNG. It's just not great when you're trying to set a concentration army up. It's not like the dual crafting one and the tailoring one where you just go, you just need these materials, you need to make these things, you're leveled up and you can make the things that you need to make. Obviously, you're doing all this experimenting and stuff with alchemy to try and just unlock everything you need. Obviously, the way you're doing it, you don't really need it for that. But hey, if it makes gold for you, just keep doing it. What are you doing on your bottom left screen? At the moment, this guy's just making some pigments, but he can probably start making some inks now because I'm not paying enough attention to him. Just need to remember to switch over to his multi-craft tool. So, I've got loads of rank 2s, I've got loads of rank 1s I could actually be doing with. So what I do with this guy, keep him right on the border between being able to craft rank 1s and rank 2s. Gives you twice as many things to sell on the auction house. So we'll make some rank 1 ones for now. Yeah, I went for a bunch of tailoring alks, but I'm thinking of dropping some alks for dual crafting. If the alks are don't drop anything that's already set up. If they've not got it set up, then fair enough. But yeah, it's not bad. I think I can't see how the dual crafting one will never get to a point where it's not profitable. Because those crushed gems are just too expensive to craft the rank 3. My wife are the same. Sadly, I think I've gimped all my characters except my Gavrith for the next while. Stuck making about 40 to 60 kg. I mean, 40 or 60k an hour is not bad. I mean, it's good, solid. You'll kill for 40 to 60k in a month. It's only going to go one way, unfortunately. Why does that stupid herb always? I massively invested time and gold in enchanting, prospecting, flask making, storm leather, but at the moment I'm not able to make any gold from these. Considering alloy or pigments, your opinion? What do you mean? As in you invested? If you've invested in those specs, then there's no, like, you can't really start now and be competitive in crafting. So you either have to cut your losses, which I've had to do with some of my professions expansion. I'm probably left with half of my professions because you just cut your losses and just go, it's not worth just keep piling resources and gold and time into doing this because I'm not going to get anything back from it. And if you feel like that's the situation, then you just have to cut your losses and go. Or if you feel like you can make but if you've got to the point where you're BIS, so you've got rank 5 profession gear, you've got 100 profession skill, you can craft rank 3s without concentration, then you're probably missing something somewhere. Because other people are selling it, they must be doing something you're not. I have multiple alchemists and the leading one has 8 KP more than the lacking one. I think Blizzard's doing a really bad job on this. Yeah, I talked about this uh, in my billion gold video, didn't I? My gold making one, where I was going to run basically dozens of alchemists to try and get sort of those first to markets because of the RNG with Patreon orders. I think I've only been able to do 2 of my Patreon orders on my alchemist this week, which is absolutely horrible. So that's what, 4 knowledge from Patreon orders this week, and then last week I got 10. It's just so random. It doesn't matter how much effort you put into your profession. It's just so RNG. It's Yeah, it's not great. And the price on some of these Patreon orders as well is absolutely ridiculous. Some of the screenshots I've seen that people are paying out to get 2 knowledge points. How are we doing? Is that it? We've had 3 items so far. What's your thoughts on dual crafting enchanting on alts for concentration? I'm think enchanting is probably the one I'm going to look at next. Yeah, I think enchanting is probably the one I'm going to look at next because it's another one that's quite easy to make some good gold on it. But yeah, dual crafting and enchanting absolutely fine. There's some interesting choices you can make as well because there's a lot of professions you can pick up quite cheaply for arts and acuity, which a lot of people probably aren't touching with their concentration characters. But if it's a concentration character, you don't really care about burning its arts and acuity. So if you've got any left and can afford a recipe, so I can make rank 3 enchants with rank 3 mats without concentration, but mats are also so expensive that full resourcefulness build can't even break even. Right. So, on that exact topic, so if you go onto WoW Economy on Reddit and read this post, because this is a really, really good post and it tells you exactly what the other enchanters are doing that you're not doing, that are keeping their enchanting costs down. It's yeah, it's a really good post. Go and look at that. So it's basically they're using frameworks and things like that to cut down their crafting costs significantly, so they don't have to use all rank 2 materials. But it's worth a read because, like I said, if you're BIS and you've got everything, you're going against other people who've got the same, so they're doing something different, and that's probably what they're doing different and keeping their crafting costs down. So it's worth having a look at because you might actually be able to craft and make some gold, make some profit. There's just a little thing that you wasn't aware of, maybe. How much gold do you currently have in total by doing this? I don't actually know because half my gold sat in the mailbox waiting for the weekly mailbox opening. So my gold looks like low at the moment. Well, I say low. My gold doesn't look as like it looks like I've got less gold than last week at the moment because it's all sat in the mailbox waiting to come out. Because obviously I'm buying materials, crafting stuff, and then selling it. But all the money I've spent on buying the materials to craft, that's basically down as a negative at the moment because I've not collected the sales from the mailbox. But I'll know for sure when I do the mailbox opening. I'm not doing that stupid dynamite thing. Up here. I'm not killing mobs either. It's madder than the Patreon orders could have being such a good system, but Blizzard bollocks it like usual. Yeah, it's like the simplest of systems would have been just to give everybody the same patron orders every week. Your patron orders reset on reset, and everyone gets the same one, so nobody's got, you know, an RNG advantage. You know, if one person gets crap patron orders, everyone's got crap patron orders. It's Hi Kay, I've been using your videos as reference. That dual crafting video with concentration was awesome. I did the same with enchanting. It made me some easy gold. Yeah, especially at the start of the expansion. The enchanting one was absolutely crazy. Like 100,000 gold profit. Like every time you use your concentration. It was absolutely madness. It's not so good now, but it's still just printing gold. It's such an easy system. It's probably one of the best ideas Blizzard have come up with. Professions for a very long time. Why do they keep giving me these stupid dynamite mine things? Hi KK, I'm trying out the inks with multi-craft and region saved, but Craftsman always says there's a certain loss. How can I assure it's profitable even just a little bit? If you're crafting that stuff, then you need to be close to BIS, because I am BIS and I'm, you know, my profit margins aren't that great on it. So you really need to be like, sort of have all this rank 5 profession gear, multi-craft, enchants, and you need to have all that maxed out. Like, in that situation, you should be making a profit. It might not be a great profit, but you should be making something. Have a look at see what it's saying for me. See, like for me, it's only saying 50 gold profit per craft. And if I make that up to a rank 2, 52 gold profit per craft. It's not fantastic. It'd probably be a little bit better if I didn't put a video out telling everybody what I did, wouldn't it? But yeah, that market was always going to be like a very difficult one to get into as soon as that video went out. Because like that video's had like 30,000 views now, so loads of people are going to give it a go. I'm really surprised the market even still exists, because I wasn't expecting it to still be going at this point. Like usually when you release a video like that and people see how good it is, even though they're not going to be able to compete with you really because you've got the best of everything, they still try and just drive the market into the ground really. Where's this herb? Oh, there we are. Can you share that link, please? What for the it's a really good post. It's from the guy that mustered me out the enchanting market. He's a much better cancer scanner than I am, and I've been talking to him since. He's a good guy. Seeing that you're still making boundless ciphers, what are the prices such that they are worth selling on your server? Looking rather unprofitable on mine. Boundless ciphers are region wide, so this is across the US region. And my crafting cost currently, I think, is about 390 gold each, and they're usually selling for about 500. I think we're slightly higher at the moment. Yeah, we're up at 630 at the moment. It's not usually that high though, or it's not been. It's not been recently, should we say. But I know a lot of people have been looking to get into this since I put that video out. But it's honestly, if you're not already there, then it's going to be very difficult to get in on it. Just because of the sheer amount of people that are doing it, and the fact that, like, I'm literally BIS already, so it's hard to get crafting costs below mine. Oh, Hazan, he's returned. Yeah, I did stream last weekend as well. Or do you mean after the incident? Do you use any add-ons, weak orders for tracking concentration? Just use CraftSim. If it's, you scroll over it and it just tells you. It's only account wide though, so it doesn't show me across like all 10 accounts. But still, you can see everything. I have a few add-ons or weak orders for tracking. I have a few alchemists, and I've never had any issues doing patron orders on them. I could get all orders back to rank 2 by using rank 3 mats and use skill books, then use concentration to get to rank 3. Yeah. But what if you don't get, like, I got spawned 4 knowledge points this week, and last week I think I got 10. So it just there's just a lot of variance there for something that's so important to the profession system. And you can't, yeah, the enchanting Reddit thing, that I've just linked it there. Well, more the incident. I came back on yesterday and I was like, I've stocked up like tens of thousands of potions for Tuesday. I stocked up, I had so much stuff, and then I couldn't sell anything. I just came on and I sat here for about 4 hours and probably did the most aggressive cancel scanning in my life. I was like, withdrawal, I just need to sell some stuff. But yeah, back to normal now. Do you know the funny thing? So let me show you this. So look, Blizzard didn't even take the rep away. So I've never bought anything from this vendor. I've never interacted with this reputation because it's useless for crafters. They give me a 4-day ban for it, and then they don't take the rep away. So I don't know what that's about, but I didn't. I had to go and do my weekly stuff, you know, to get the Weaver's reputation for the crafting speed. But I didn't want to go. What if it propped again? Did that guy from WoW Economy really lock you out the enchanting man? Yeah, because what he did, he was concentrating purely on the enchanting market, whereas I was concentrating on about 3 or 4 different things. So if I'm concentrating on so many different things, if that one person is aggressively cancel scanning, then I will just give up and concentrate on the other things because I'm just not making enough gold from it. And in hindsight, I did make a mistake here because I was listing on a character that was called Kachak, which I shouldn't really do. Because a lot of people, like, I'm always moaning about that I won't cancel scan too aggressively most of the time. So most people know that if they aggressively cancel scan against me, that I will give up because I will just make gold elsewhere. So that's what he did. Yes, he aggressively cancel scanned my market and kicked me out. Any add-ons to show what the max amount of KP you should have for the profession? There's add-ons, there's week orders, there's everything for tracking your weekly amount. But the max amount you can have just varies because it depends what's spawned for you. You lose any gold, or did it work out okay overall? I think prices were pretty much about the same They did the potions prices spiked a little bit on the Tuesday, but last night they were back to the same level they were on Monday, so I didn't really lose anything. The funny thing that happened was though that when I did last week's mailbox opening, I had like ridiculous amounts of mails, and because of that, I had items in the back of my mailbox that I didn't know about. So what I found like I had sort of tens of thousands of spools of dawn thread and dusk thread. Now, obviously, I crafted these when they were like 15 gold each on the US. So the funny thing happened is like the price on those has gone up like 20 times since that happened. So in that situation, the ban worked massively in my favour because it sort of made me make a lot of gold from that. Because otherwise, I'd have sold those ages ago. Man, that's weird. They even said they take the renown away. Yeah, I know. It's like, and I don't go in that zone now. It baffles me. The whole thing just baffles me. I can understand them banning like raiders who got gear from it and stuff like that because it's exploiting. But you know that stuff's useless to me, and I didn't touch that stuff anyway, so I don't know. But it is what it is, and we just adapt to the situation. Hey, my first time here, came back from WoW 2 days ago and started with gathering professions. Is it worth to keep my own materials or use them myself on other characters, or should I sell them for now? The thing is, if unless your crafters are really, really good, then people can craft more efficiently than you. So you are better off selling your materials that you gather than trying to do something with them. Because even if you are the best of best crafters with perfect everything, the profit margins are still barely anything. So yeah, you're better off just selling what you gather at the moment with how the economy's going. What did you do? What did you do to get a ban? So when the expansion on release night, if you've seen my videos about what I was up to, I had 4 characters crafted in town when I was going through the campaign. Now, apparently the bug was if you had multiple accounts logged in, that you gained extra spider rep, which I obviously gained extra spider rep because I had the characters logged in crafting. Now, a lot of these sort of world first raiders and stuff like this were using this because you can get gear from that. So they're using it. They're using the exploit to get gear to give them advantage in the world first race, which is that's fair enough because they've got an advantage from the bug. But I didn't touch any of those renown vendors or anything like that. There's nothing from there that is any use to a gold maker. So there's no sort of knowledge books or anything like that from that reputation. So, but yeah, I should have reported it as soon as it happened, but I didn't think it would be an issue because I knew I wouldn't be touching the reputation. It's like if you're doing a world quest and you're supposed to get 50 of a resource and you get 50,000 of a resource, then it's obviously a bug. But if you don't spend that and you've got 50,000 of the currency sat in your currency tab, then you've not exploited it. But if you go and spend it and go buy stuff and sell it on the auction house and stuff like that, then you have exploited it. So, but it's fine. It is what it is. We just get on with it. Hey K-Chat, do you have 2 pens with the inscription? One with resource and one with multicraft. Yes, I have 2 different tools. So the multicraft one is for inks and ciphers, and the resourcefulness one is for when I'm milling, basically. Right, let me get caught back up on chat. Hey, Mr. Streamer, back from the Shadow Realm, I see. Yeah, back. What are your thoughts on an auction house that uses a buy, sell, order system versus the current system the auction houses use? Yeah, I mean, it comes up every now. It has its advantages and it has its disadvantages as well. I'll just go with whatever Blizzard go with. To be honest, we'll find a way of making it work. Yeah, if Blizzard bans me for a market manipulation at any point, it will be this expansion. I've done naughty things on the EU cloth market. Yeah, so I hear. I've been hearing. You've been doing some crazy stuff, like my sort of level crazy stuff, but I've only popped round to you a few times this expansion. I need to hang around a bit more with you, don't I? So I crafted spools when they were more expensive than they are now. Yeah, the price is slowly coming down. I only ever undercut nasty amounts if there's not enough demand in the market. Yeah, but sometimes it's just you want to undercut just to drive people out the market as well. Right, kid is going crazy again, guys. What are you doing? What are you doing? She don't like it when she's not getting the attention. Oh, she's gone. Are you still making money with engineering? I'm still making money with Dragonflight engineering, if that's what you mean. But the demand is going down. It's getting sort of the price on the ores basically halved in the last week, which just shows you that demand is really going down. There's still profit margins, but it's not fantastic anymore. Not like it was sort of like a week or two ago. I'm making lots of Q3 parts, but I simply cannot sell it because of the undercuts. And by the time the undercuts are sold out, nobody wants to buy at my price. Crafton says I profit at 600 gold, but I can't sell it. Well, that's the problem. It's one thing being able to craft it for a profit, but it's another thing to being able to sell it. I mean, an argument could be made for undercutting in that sort of situation. Like if you're getting 600 profit, are the people you're up against getting 600 profit? And if not, then do you want to, bring the price down a little bit? Because if they're getting 200 profit and you're getting 600 profit, well, if you cut the price down by 300, then you haven't got any competition anymore, have you? You might be getting half the profit, but is unraveling weave cloth making good gold? It's okay. It's okay, but like everything, it's like a couple of weeks ago, unraveling, I was doubling my gold every time I did it. And now it's what? Have a quick look. So now I'm making what? 149,000 gold profit for 10,000 weave cloth unravelled. And I think I spent 500,000, so I'm getting what? Yeah, I mean, that's still fairly decent. 150,000 profit from like 450, I think I spent. But once again, you need to be BIS. So I've got BIS everything. I've got the best spec. I've got the best gear besides that, but that doesn't matter for unraveling. And most importantly, I've got the bag as well, which is essential for unraveling. Is enchanting giving any profit nowadays? I got out of enchanting as soon as it got nasty because the cancel scanning in enchanting is absolutely horrible. It is a horrible market once it gets. If you're willing to cancel scan, you can make some good gold on it usually. But the hard part isn't the crafting for the profit usually. The hard part is actually selling what you craft. So is there four accounts on the screen at the moment, or it's all characters from the same account? No, it's all different accounts. You can only be logged in on one character at a time on an account. By the way, we can't keep undercutting as we're losing profit then, unless you're a farmer yourself. I have no time to farm. I buy bismuth and make parts. That's one way you get your competition out the market. Like if you can create it cheaper than you can, then you bring the price down. Because if you get rid of your competition, then you're the only one selling it. But it just depends if you're the one that can produce it cheapest. A massive, massive, massive profit margin is no good if you can't sell anything because they're cancel scanning like a nightmare. And that's one way to get rid of cancel scanners, is have a lower crafting cost than them and undercut them out the market. And they can complain all they like that you're dropping the price, but it's just another strategy. Spec in tailoring, that's the main spec of the tailoring. 30 quality, 30 weaving, and then you can craft your rank 3s. But you won't need the resourcefulness as well from extra threads. And this bit's just to get the just to craft bolts basically. What is the estimated time we will have professions with full specializations complete? It's going to be months. It's going to be a lot faster than Dragonflight though. Because the amount of knowledge points we're getting every week from patron orders is just like absolutely crazy. Well, when Blizzard bothers giving you some anyway. What are you making on gold? You making most gold on at the moment? Probably potions. But I'm not crafting any at the moment because I've just got tens of thousands of them stocked still. Or I think I have. Let's have a... see what we've got left. Hardly anything in that one. Yeah, I've still got loads of potions. I've got another guild bank as well, so there's loads to... I can't really craft any more potions yet. I want to get my stock down. It was okay taking lots of stock into first raid week, but after this week, prices are probably only going to start going one way. So is it still worth doing ciphers rank 1? Absolutely not, because everyone's trying to do it, which is why I'm mostly making ciphers rank 2 now. I just found your streaming videos and realised you're the guy who I'm having cancel scan battles with on the tempered potions. Thanks for the videos and ideas. Can I make some money on tempered pots? You can make some money on tempered pots if you're set up to sell tempered pots. But you need to decide that you're going for rank 2s instead of rank 3s. So when you make the decision to go for the rank 2s first, you're going to put your points into bulk production, and you can make your rank 2s cheap. So I make my rank 2s at the moment for like 100 to 110 gold, and they're selling for what, 138 now. That's the lowest they've really been. I'm multi-boxing 5 accounts for plants and minerals. I have engineering and alchemy. I can't get anything to be profitable in crafting. Everything is red. I think I made a mistake. Should I sell off? If you're not right at the forefront of crafting, then everything will be in red. But if you're gathering lots, just get it sold. I've wasted so much gold trying to get professions working this expansion, so I'm glad you're making these videos. Yeah, this is why I started making these videos, because I'm hearing this a lot, where people are really struggling to get everything working this expansion. It's just the amount of competition with professions is just getting worse and worse every expansion. Have you ever noticed a difference selling on connected realm auction house versus on an auction house on a realm with an equivalent population? Not really. It's just the amount of people that you've got potentially to sell to. And that'd be the same in that situation. What profession makes you the most gold? Yeah, alchemy. Do you sell the spools? Yeah, because I can't craft bolts properly. So I don't have enough. I don't have the multi-craft tree. And if you're not this, then you're not making profit. So even though the tailor is really good, just not good enough to craft bolts. Been making so much with prospecting compared to last expansion. Surprised not many people are doing it. A lot for me anyway. Prospecting's been okay for me. I have pretty much Abyss set up for that. But there's been some weird changes sort of recently. Like the amount of gems I'm getting just seems to be going through the roof. I seem to have had like a 25% increase in gems, and everything else just seems to have dropped off. So I don't know if they've sort of stealthed to change everything. No. Hey man, really enjoyed your videos. Could you explain which profession bags are mandatory for their professions for gold make? It just completely depends. Your bag, you only need your bag if you're doing the thing that it says on the bag. So like for this tailoring one, it's unraveling, and the bag gives a bonus to unraveling, so it's worth getting. If I was crafting bolts, then there's no benefit in getting it. If you're making like level worker armor, and it says it gives a bonus to making regions, then it's not going to give you a bonus if you're crafting armor, so it's pointless to get it. But it's like on my jewel crafter, I've not got it because I think it's a bonus to crushing, isn't it? And I don't do crushing, I only do prospecting. So although it's a nice big bag anyway, maybe when artisan acuity isn't such a valuable resource. Where's this herb? I think we need. Have we got some more ciphers? No, we're running out. I just entered your stream. Sorry if I've already asked, but curious. Why do you make unraveling? Is it profitable? And also, is it easy to replicate? Unless you're already almost there, then no, you can't really replicate. It is a little bit profitable, but only if you like absolutely best at everything. I think you can activate the subtitles in real time. Who could be so kind to activate them? It's an option that's in YouTube. Hello, K-Chat. My TSM is really low. Is there anything to make it better? What do you mean by it's low? Oh, a lot of people getting TSM errors. Yeah, I made the decision to do multitasking. I need 2 points to max it out. Does that last buff for double effectiveness of potion spillover make a big difference? Well, yeah, because it's a huge buff, so it basically just doubles the effectiveness of the buff. It's like 120 multi-craft and 120 resourcefulness. Now, if you're already crafting at profit, then it's not going to make that much difference. But if you're right, I mean, if you're right on the edge of crafting, being between a profit and a loss, then it might make a little bit different. It's just massive. You need to get those last 2 points as soon as you can, basically, because it is a huge difference. Right, let me find somewhere safe to land. Is it possible to make gold late in the season when mats are cheap and more crafters are skilled up? It just gets harder and harder because everyone is the best they can possibly be. So everyone's got the same crafting mat, like the same crafting costs. So it just gets harder and harder and harder. And cancel scanning just gets harder and harder and harder and more relentless. How are we doing for sales? 1.8 mil. That's not great. But what time are we? We're only sort of like midday in the US, aren't we? Just sort of 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It should pick up a bit soon. Managed to get to about 4.5, I think, last night. Got about 150 to 200k-ish an hour prospecting, depending on the price. I can get the ore in at 75% craft speed. Only did Herbert in mining last expansion, so I want to try some professions this one. Well, it sounds like you hit the jackpot. Just do it as much as you can while you can, because it soon won't be worth that much, unfortunately. God, hardly any of these items are dropping, are they? It's taking ages this week. Oh, why did you stop crafting? Oh, we were going to thingy you, didn't we? I've got distracted. Getting distracted, no one's crafting anything. With the prices on Regents, if you want gold and no worries in auction house PvP, just gather 2 hours a day and you'll be fine, yeah. Problem is everyone doesn't want to gather, do they? It's actually takes effort, but the concentration builds. Hopefully if I put a few more on the channel. Oh guys, we don't want to drown, do we? No drowning today. What are the best concentration builds at the moment? Leather work and tailoring seem weak. Tailoring on the US isn't great because the price of the spools in the US is ridiculous. But I don't know if that's sustainable or not. In the EU, it seems to work fine, tailoring. But in the US, it's not as good. Right, let's get rid of some of this. Oh, that will do us for now. Will you craft rank 3 potions soon? Not really. The only one I can craft is healing potion because that's dead easy to craft. But as long as the rank 2s are making me good gold, what do I need rank 3s for? There's going to be some crazy things happening with herbs as well when the rank 3s, when everyone starts getting to be able to craft the rank 3s. Because they use a monster amount of herbs up. Always check we're using the right tool. Come on, where are you going? Quick, quick. I have 100 unspent knowledge points in blacksmith and 1k acuity. Anyone have any suggestions for something to try? Never tried blacksmithing before. Want to try it out on an alt. Think I might go alloys. Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty sucky system in that you can't just go, oh, I want to try this, I want to try this. You've literally got to make a decision. And if it doesn't work out, then you're screwed after you've just put all that effort in to get all that knowledge and all that acuity. What have you heard about the changes for the weapon stones and stuff next patch? Just or say it was coming in a hotfix or something. That might be interesting. So they're increasing the amount of weapon stones you get per craft. So it might shake up that market a little bit. I blame Trump on prices. I'm not going to get started. Actually, in EU, enchanting sucks because some prices are so high and enchants are selling at low cost. YouTube suggested to me these videos after TSM showed me a flask of Alchemy Chaos as a crafting cost of 500 and seeing every craft is 2 potions. I thought I was making a killing at blue 130k of. Craft Sim is absolutely amazing, but there are reasons why I do everything manually. Is Inscription still worth getting into, or is it too late to make gold on the EU servers? I think on it, EU it's even worse than US usually. Like, I imagine it is way too late to get into most crafting professions. As far as you know, being an actual crafter is concerned. If you want to just use concentration, then you can make gold from that all day. I haven't done one for Inscription now. I might look at that. Three of each, halfway there. Alloys is oversaturated at the moment. I made a lot of money with it in week 2, but at the moment it's a bit low. Possibly will pick back up in week 4 when people get their next spark. I imagine most people that have gone alloys seriously have now probably got quite a lot of points into Everburning Forge for the multicraft as well, haven't they? I imagine that's pretty much mandatory to be able to compete at this point. What's happening with the stones? So suddenly the weapons, at the moment the weapon stones, you get 1 per drop. I'm sure they said they're changing it so you're now going to get 4 per craft instead of 1. It did seem really weird when it was like that on the beta, that everything else you'd get 2, 4, 5 of, and then the weapon stones you get in 1. I made comments about it a few times in videos before the expansion came out, but it looks like Blizzard finally agree anyway, so that's getting changed. I can't remember when the change is coming in. It must be a hotfix because they'll want it for Mythic Raid release, won't they? What are your key points for not trusting Craft Sim? It's just, especially, so obviously Craft Sim's pulling its data from sort of like TSM and stuff like that. So especially at the start of an expansion, like, I mean, we're more settled down now, but right at the start of the expansion, prices are going all over the place all the time. And it's difficult for things like craft sim and stuff to keep up with it. And then, of course, there could just be occasional outright bugs. So I know with milling in particular, it's had issues. I don't know if those issues are sorted now, but I know at times it was telling me that I was getting huge losses from milling, but I was actually getting like 50-60% profit margin, something like that. So I'd rather just do the maths myself and have my own calculators. But for the vast majority of people, then they should just follow what CraftSim says, because it is right the vast majority of the time. Yeah, the multi-crafting never burning is the only reason I still make money on alloys. Yeah, that's it. I mean, if you're first there, then you can. If you're first to crafting the rank 3 alloys, then you can make gold, but you can't for long. You just have to keep pushing the spec. Get the multi-craft, then get the resourcefulness, and then you're just hoping it's going to take everybody else forever to get the same. Thanks for all the great videos on YouTube. Keep it up. I have a bunch of alt characters at 70 with Taylor and doing the new bag spec. What is the best secondary profession for gold with the least amount of time? For the least amount. I mean, have you seen the dual crafting video I've just put out? The enchanting one, when that comes at some point, will probably be possibly be even quicker than that to set up. But I don't know if it'll be cheaper than that. It's crazy things going on with dust prices at the moment, and half of that is Anne's fault. You need to set it up properly. CraftSim works perfectly if you set it up. Well, like I said, if people are happy with it, then they're happy with it. But when prices are jumping by like ridiculous amounts in the space of an hour, which is what it was like at the start of the expansion, it's very difficult for everything to keep up. But if that works for people, they should use what works for them, and I should use what works for me and makes gold for me. I'd rather understand the numbers behind it and know the numbers behind it, not like know how everything affects everything, than just relying on the add-on anyway. Right, I don't think this guy's been crafting for about 15 minutes, has he? Don't understand how you can make money with professions such as dual crafting and alchemy when you may as well just do gathering professions and sell them out. Because if you're ahead of everybody else, then you make profit. Somebody's making profit. People aren't crafting and selling at a loss in most situations. Like, there'll be some things that are sold like that, but most things aren't. So just because you're crafting at a loss, it doesn't mean everyone else is crafting at a loss, because they could just have more knowledge and have more stats than you. Do you have 4 paid accounts? No, I've got 10 accounts, but they're all paid for with gold. You need to use Auctioneer as a source of data in CraftSim. Yeah, like I said, if it works for people, then they can use it. I do occasionally use it if it's something I've not bothered collecting information on and things like that. But like, I'd rather know all the prospecting rates and stuff for myself. I'd rather know all the unraveling rates and stuff like that for myself. Than just relying on the add-on all the time. But I always suggest to other people that they should use the add-on, because that is better for the vast majority of players. Gold is not a problem, just time. When is the enchanting video coming? No idea, it's not made yet. Depends when I get time. And that is the biggest thing at the moment. Oh, and we're getting eaten. Right up here. I set up the war within the last few months of Dragonflight using your TSN group. Made a few millions to fund my alts now. Using what? Using my sniper profile, was it, or something like that? The problem with a lot of these things like crafting is that you walk into the auction house and have a profitable venue to go craft, and the price has changed or dropped, spiked, or so your margins are volatile. Yeah, well, I look at more than just the current price anyway. So it's okay looking at something and saying, oh, that's profitable now. But is that because something in the market's changed or something else you need to take into consideration? And an add-on doesn't do that. It just tells you if it's currently profitable to craft it or not. Might be worth farming for found tinderboxes in Delve since they're over 10k each in auction house. Is that EU or US? I mean, it's if you can get sort of half a dozen an hour, then it's definitely worth doing anyway. But we've definitely not seen them, you know, the huge price spike that we was expecting. Well, I say expecting, semi-expecting. Or a lot of people were expecting. Someone's buying them up, aren't they? They're not just buying a few up, they're buying a lot up. Don't know, I just don't know how much of this is on speculation. So if you bought these at 8k last weekend and they're 10k now, I'd be selling. I'd just get it out. It might go up more, but it might just be somebody buying these up just to push the price up even more. What's it like on? What's it like on EU? Oh, it's the same on EU, isn't it? Yeah, no idea. You know I don't like. You know I don't like investing in that way, where you're just buying to hope to sell more. You have to make a profit just to break even. So, what do you suggest to start with? Farming materials and sell at the auction house? Yeah, exactly that. You need some gold to get gold. Where can I get updated TSN groups? The TSN Discord suggests what appears to be slightly outdated information. I mean, if you're after TSN groups and stuff like that, just grab it off whatever that Discord is. TSN Discord suggests what appears to be slightly outdated information. So, like my skills with TSM are extremely limited. So I don't like to tell people what they really should be doing with it, because the people on that Discord know significantly more about it than I do. Yeah, there's some high value crafting transmogs. Crafting transmog group. I'm sure there was no crafted transmog in the groups. It was high value drop stuff. I don't tend to deal with crafted transmog because it's too easy to replicate. Have the 3-star healing potions been selling? Yeah, they've been selling quite well, to be honest. Been selling better than I thought they were going to. Actually making the profit margins on them are much better than on the Tempers, at least, anyway, for now. Oh, look at that. Bank 2 Ciphers has gone up to 600 gold now. That's really good. $2 million an hour. Can you show the setting of your TSN group, a classic one, please? Literally, my TSN groups are just like thrown together. They're just a mess. Because I've just chucked stuff in there as the expansion's gone on. There's nothing like special here or anything like that. And the operations for them are just really basic. Just basically list it on the auction house for whatever price. And I try and keep an eye on the prices. But I do occasionally get scammed. It went up to 13k yesterday, I think. What, the tinder boxes? Best I got was 3 tinder boxes in 2 hours. What people were saying they could get like several an hour at some point, or they were claiming box will be nerfed by Blizzard. They have too much cost and shortage. Well, that's basically what I said in my, or that's what I implied, shall we say, in my investment video. I think it's something that's it's highly likely to be have a drop rate buff. And like with the Titan glowing orbs, those that are holding large amounts of these could lose a huge amount of gold very quickly. Tinderbox seems like something they're going to fix soon. Too many dependent items. Exactly, yeah. This is too risky market. People are stockpiling for reset, yep. But like we've looked at before, and like I look in that investment, like talk about in that investment video, stockpiling for, yeah, they're right. Demand will go up, but if supply in the market goes up by significantly more than the demand, the price ain't going to go up, it's going to go down. And we saw that before. Just because a raid comes out or mythic comes out doesn't mean the price is going to go up if supply goes up by more than the demand. Can I see your tailoring spec? That's the main part of it, to craft rank 3 spores. Is it too late to begin with a profession now to make gold? It depends by... If you're talking about crafting professions, then to be a crafter, I'd say it's very, very difficult. You're most likely going to lose gold. If you're going to do concentration builds, then no, it's not too late to start. You could still make gold from that. I have 800 gold and I'm terrible at professions. How could I turn that 800k into a great profession to make gold? Tired of being broke. Have you got about 50 alts? If it was me, I would just be setting up some concentration characters. The last 2 videos I've done on the channel are the concentration character ones. And there might be some more to come. Very easy to set up, reasonably cheap to set up. It needs to be done on some scale to make you some real gold, but US prices are so much more profit than EU. Inscription is so bad and now on EU. The thing is, it works both ways. Certain things are better on one side, and certain things are better than the other. Like tailoring is a nightmare in the US because of the price of spools, and so the profit margins on some tailoring stuff is just horrible. But then on the EU, like you said, inscription's a nightmare. That's how I feel about the Ringing Deep Signet. You can currently get a ton of from Delves, and I think they'll be nerfed. So YOLO 100k now, when they were down to 140. See how it goes, but anything I see in an investment video on YouTube, I'm extremely skeptical about. It feels like watching sort of crypto pump and dump schemes sometimes. Which is why when you see my investment videos, I'm like, just don't do it. Do not do it unless you have a good backup plan. And I do invest, but I invest with a good backup plan and healthy profit margins on what I'm crafting, rather than just, buying something and hoping the price goes up. Because if the price even stays the same, then you've lost gold from the auction house cut when you do eventually sell it. We've got 5 herbs at least. How long have you been doing serious gold making? Well, I started gold making at the end of the BFA to get the Bruto. Once I had that sort of at the end of BFA, I wasn't. I knew I wanted to carry on gold making, but I didn't know what to do from there. And the first thing I did was I started flipping across many different servers at once. So I spread out on one account across 50 different servers, basically. And then it started from there, and I just kept spreading and spreading. So obviously I took over, like I had got a significant amount of resources on the EU. And then a couple of years ago, I came over to the US, and I prefer the US market. So I actually play on the US for most of my gold making now. There tends to be lower quantity of stuff on the US auction now, so it's sort of easier to manipulate stuff if you really want to do stuff like that. On a main character, would you run Tailor or dual crafting? Do you mean for making gold? If there's a character I'm using to raid and do Mythic Plus and stuff like that, I'd be running Alchemy, because the bonuses you can get from Alchemy are just absolutely crazy for making gold and saving gold on a character you're going to use for raiding and Mythic Plus, if that's what you mean. Watched a ton of your videos back in Shadowlands. Oh, God. Some of the videos I made before, though. And that horrible mic I had. 65 level 70 alts more, haha. Yeah, well, if you do start setting up concentration on them, just make sure you're doing a lot of different stuff. Don't just put all your sort of eggs in one basket. Oh, no. Why is there such a huge discrepancy between Null Lotus and Null Stones? Is Null Lotus more common, more herbalist, or Null Stones are just used in more things? Don't we get... So when we're farming Null Stones, unless you've got a decent spec, you're only getting a bit of a Null Stone, aren't you? Whereas Null Lotus you can get outright. But I don't know why there's a significant difference. Let's have a quick look. We've got 100,000 null lotuses. 14,000. Yeah, they're significantly rare, aren't they? Doesn't help that people are buying them all up though. The drop rate must just be absolutely crap on them. Feels like you need a degree to make some gold with crafting professions nowadays. You just need... It's very difficult unless you're going to put a huge amount of work into your profession. And a lot of people don't, because a lot of people just see it as a... You know, as a side part of the game, which is fair enough. Stuff like Mythic Plus and stuff like that's a side part of the game for me. But then it's very difficult to compete in an area of the game you're not taking seriously nowadays. And unfortunately, a lot of people take gold making seriously. Crap. Oh. How did the rank 2 alchemy potions work out? They're selling for an absolute... Well, we're down to 135 now, is that? But my crafting cost is still like 100 to 110, so it's still a decent profit margin. I still think it's a better spec for most alchemists to go for. What are you doing, kiddo? Alchemy then paired with what? One of those probably Joe. I mean, if you think, like if we're talking about main character, like the alchemy spec you want to go for. Let me just I haven't got the alchemy character on. There's obviously fast flask duration. That's going to save you a huge amount of gold. And there's the one where you can create soulbound flasks as well. So you'd have a assuming that your Abyss flask is Flask of Chaos, because it is for most classes. You'd have a concentration build for creating Chaos flasks, and then because you have the node that has a chance of creating soulbound flasks, then they're the flasks you would use yourself, and you'd use the concentration ones probably and sell those. So you're getting the soulbound flasks for free. You've got increased flask duration, and then you can sell the rank 3 flasks you do make. So you're making a profit, and you're basically getting free flasks at the same time. But for your second one, you could set up basically any concentration for that. I mean, the dual crafting one works fine, the tailoring one works fine. Or, I mean, some people had set it up as a disenchanter just because it's a character you're going to use a lot. It's something else that's on the to-do list for videos. I've been following your guides and videos. I made my first 1 million gold back in Dragonflight, and it's really working. Congrats. Let me guess, it was the inspiration video that did it. Would you say being a recrafter is a good way to make some gold? Do you mean like fashion tools and stuff like that? I mean, it's probably... like the only crafting market you can really get into now. And obviously it means you're sitting in trade chat all day, spamming. Null lotus is definitely more common, plus most miners probably only getting the null stone parts instead of the whole null stone, yeah. See, I mean, it depends what mining spec you went with, but I wanted to get mining while mounted because I just cannot be bothered with getting dismounted every time. Therefore, if you put 50 points into here, which you should do, then you should only have, like, at most be around here somewhere. So you've not got to the point where you can uncover null stones yet. With, you know, you can't uncover full null stones yet, which is massively affecting your drop rate of null stones, really. Now, if someone's skipped that, they've not gone for mounted, then they can do it, of course. But it's too much hassle for me to not have mining while mounted. What am I doing? Put that back. Yeah, I never played on the auction house, actually. I don't know where to start. Any tips? You got a patron or something? I do not have a patron. I don't have anything paid like that at all. But if I was going to suggest tips to get you started, if you want to make gold actively and do something, then you need to be doing exactly what I'm doing here and running around mining and herbalism. If you want to do it with professions, then I would always suggest setting up concentration character builds because they're so easy, low effort, low risk. And if you want to look at doing something like that, look at the last 2 videos on the channel that I've released. And that is probably what I'd suggest for most people if they want to get into do something that's sort of setting up some passive gold, basically. I have 700k. What can I do to reach 1 million? Whatever you did to do, whatever you were doing to get to 700k, probably just keep doing it. But you've only got 300k to go. But like I've said to the others, if you the concentration builds are just so powerful and so quick to return your investment at the moment. How much gold do you have now? Well, last time I actually had a count, I was at about 1.1 billion. But I don't actually know because I've just got stuff tied up all over the place. And that might sound ridiculous to not know, but it's fine. It's fine knowing what you've got when you've got one account and, like, 20 characters on it or something. But I have 10 accounts with hundreds of characters across 175 different servers, etc. And then also I only do a mailbox opening for a video once a week, so I have sort of tens of millions of gold sat in there as well, which sort of isn't on my ledger at the moment. Can we expect roughly this amount of profits on most concentration builds for 1 to 2 months? We just do not know how it's going to work out because we've never had this system of concentration in the game before. But I find it, until tier 3, till the price of like rank 3 ore and stuff like that comes down to the price of like rank 2 ore, then concentration builds should still work, because they're just using much cheaper materials. But once the rank 3 materials are like the same price as the rank 2s, then the people that can actually craft at rank 3 will then probably have cheaper crafting costs than concentration builds because they have more multi-craft and stuff like that. So it all depends on how long it takes for rank 3 materials to get to be the same price as rank 2. But this isn't like Dragonflight, because these materials are actually needed at rank 3. Whereas in Dragonflight they weren't, so people were just buying whatever was cheapest. And rank 3 basically meant nothing in Dragonflight. or hardly anything. In this expansion, it's important. And we've seen that it's holding its price well because of that. So I think, hopefully concentration builds will be around for a very long time. Because it should help like a lot of people be able to make, a reasonable source of gold without having to invest sort of millions and millions and, dozens of hours trying to sort a profession out. Do you think tempered potions will rise in price when Mythic comes? Possibly, but if it does, it won't be by a lot. Because everyone thinks that way and just stockpiles massively. Even I stockpiled massively for raid release. But it wasn't so much because I was expecting a price increase. It's more because I was expecting to sell a high quantity. So I weren't that bothered if the price didn't go up. I just knew I would have a huge amount to sell. Why do you gather on a hunter instead of a druid or evoker? I should do, but I don't. I'm not really serious about it, to be honest. I'm not actually doing this for the gold. I'm just doing it for the weekly knowledge. And I only tend to be using this character for if I do any sort of gathering videos or anything like that. I don't seriously gather because there's not much benefit in it for me. But yeah, I should really use a... oh, come on. I should really use a better class for it. The knowledge point catch-up system is working. I haven't noticed it all on my auto. The thing is, we don't know how it works, really. Like Blizzard said there was going to be something in, but they didn't say how or how it was going to work or anything like that. So we don't really... Got it. Oh, I hate that thing. I should overpower that one, really. It does make it a lot easier. But yeah, it would be nice if there was some sort of proper communication so we know exactly what was going on with it. So we know exactly where we stand for starting new professions. Not sure if they fixed it, but back in Shadowlands, prospecting and milling was always underpriced because of false reporting in TSM. Even after I made a video on setting up inscription dual crafting in Shadowlands, it still stays profitable. I assume you were talking about Craft Sim. I mean, I have had some fairly hefty issues with TSM reporting stuff this expansion. Like, it's not doing great at tracking my sales and stuff like that. But this is why I generally just don't like relying on add-ons too much and prefer to know what's going on with everything. I always have one toon that I only level by herb mining. Been doing it since WOD. And what do you do when you're level cap then? You just mining and herbing then? This is taking me way longer than it normally does this week. We've not actually done it, have we? No, that's only just the 5th one there. What drives you to get more? What drives somebody to carry on pushing higher Mythic Plus when they've got no reason to do so? They've gone past the gear cap. They've got no chance of getting the title because they're not no chance of getting a season title because they're not good enough. So why do you keep pushing Mythic Plus higher? Because there's no further benefit to it. You just do it because you can and you enjoy it. Basically. Oh, come on. Taking decades. Do you know you can use the file of quick hands from Dragonfly to speed up crafts? Yeah, we should have one on. Yeah. Thanks for reminding me because he only had 2 minutes left. Yeah, I mean, that feels like it's something that's going to get changed at some point. Right, let's make some rank 2s. I'm not paying attention because I've not been listing tempered pots for a while. Hey, which specializations would you recommend to one who wants to focus on herb and mining? Well, for mining, it depends whether you want to mine while mounted or not. Because if you want to mine while mounted, you need to put 60 points in here. But I would say this is probably the most important one because this is the one that's going to give you all your plus skill. So it's going to increase the quality of everything you get. And then these ones increase the quality of each individual rock that you can find. So bismuth is the most important one. But this here is mostly rubbish. And that's mostly rubbish. It's just whether you want to mine, if you want to be able to mine while you're mounted or not. I mean, there's a lot of other stats here as well that you get on the way. But the actual tree itself's not that great. You get much better bonuses from this tree than this one. This one's just got you can mine while mounted, which is, it's nice, which is why I like it. But this is going to getting this one filled is the one that's going to give you all your null stones, and it's going to give you all your high quality bismuth, which is what's really going to sell. So getting these two filled as soon as possible. So if you can manage to skip that and you don't mind mining and getting dismounted every time you mine anything, then filling those two up as soon as possible is probably priority. Herbalism, similar to the last one, you can have your you can gather while mounted there, but it's not so much of an issue with herbalism because you can just use your sky golem. So I tend to put 40 points in this one to get your skill up, and then you can go wherever from there, whatever herb you want to buff the most. This was probably a poor choice, to be honest. I should probably have gone in one of the others, but I just thought because this is the most common herb, if I was going to be getting more null lotuses, then that might be worth it. But that's the build I'm running anyway. But I completely get it if people don't pick up the mining while mounted thing, because it does affect the quality of what you get, sacrificing those points to not unlock bismuth instead. Is there any way to max out herb mining so every time I gather it would be rank 3? I don't think you could ever get to a point where it's all rank 3. You just need to push plus skill as much as you can to make as much of it rank 3 as possible. Which professions are the best for concentration build? I think probably the alchemy flask build is probably the best one. But it's expensive and random, and not very nice to set up compared to the others. The ones I've put in the videos on the channel are cheap, easy, and quick to set up. So the alchemy one is better. It is better, but I don't think it's worth the. I don't think it's worth the extra effort. Craftsing wasn't around back in Shadowlands. Yeah, I thought it was a Dragonflight thing. Yeah, it was just TSM would always report a loss for milling prospecting without redoing it with a custom price sources log. I do not even touch TSM for like crafting, anything like that. Do you help world first guilds with gold? No, nothing to do with them. How are people making money from crushed gemstones? Shit's being sold at a loss on the auction house. They're probably just people prospecting and just dumping it on the auction house. Do you know if crafting and disenchanting greens is still good? I've got no idea because that market has been changing so much recently that it's just an extremely volatile market with just what's happened. I wouldn't be investing in a character to do anything with that market at the moment because you just don't know how long. You just don't know where the market's going to land at the moment. So the inscription build, that's the most important part of the inscription build. There's stuff here, but we don't care about that. This is the important part. Pursuit of knowledge, multitasking, resourcefulness, making stuff absolutely as cheap as possible. If you want to know why this build is like this, then watch the 0 to gold cap video in 5 days that I released middle of last week, and it explains why I made these choices. But it's a very strong build. Hi, for how long have you been playing WoW, and about when have you started to make actual gold? Been playing since vanilla. Been playing since Molten Core. Making gold since BFA. K-Chat, finesse or perception on your tool? I personally prefer perception for a mining tool for null stones, and I prefer finesse for herbalism just because there's a lot of bonuses to finesse in the individual herb trees and stuff like that. So I just thought it was better from that perspective, basically. The mount that drops in Stone Vault, does that mount allow you to mine while mounted? I've got absolutely no idea. I've never been in Stone Vault. Is that what? I assume that's one of the new dungeons? Why are you doing mining and herbalism so much gold, if not because of artisan security? It's just because I like to have a character, herbalism character, sort of up to date. It's more, I don't actually really farm on it. It's more for content creation purposes. So say a new patch comes out, then I've got herbalism and mining character that I can actually use for the content. Because if anything comes out and I've not prepped a character, then I just cannot do anything with it. But sometimes I do mining herb, do some mining and herbalism just for fun. The guide I need is to actually find a rank 5 tool crafter. They don't exist for some reason on the accessories. What, do you mean on the crafting order thing, or do you mean you can't find a crafter on your realm? Is the route you're currently using the best gathering route in the game right now? Absolutely not. I'm just randomly flying around and grabbing stuff, trying to get the weeklies done. Do not follow my farming. The thing you did with inscription regions is probably not worth getting into anymore at this point, right? Absolutely correct. Loads and loads of people are trying to do it, and they can't get into the market because the profit margins are really, really thin already. Okay, it's not like in the video when I was doubling my gold, because that was like, that was in the first week of the expansion. Now, sort of the profit margins are tiny, and it's, it's a lot. It'd be a lot of gold to get to a point where you can compete. I know a lot of people getting involved in that market now, as you'd expect. I won't. I know it's funny me saying that when it's obviously a market I'm in, but I really do not think it's worth the effort of getting into it. Is it profit approximately the same now on concentration dual crafting build? Is the profit approximately the same now on the concentration dual crafting? The same as what? I don't understand what you mean. Like all the gems had roughly the same profit margins on them, I think. That looks like the last one of the week because it's rich. Come on. No, I haven't had it, have I? No, I've still not had it. Hi, you have any idea if it's profitable to do transmutes? Can't seem to get profit no matter what I do. I've not touched transmutes. I've not touched blasphemites and stuff like that because the market sort of went the way that I thought it was going to before the expansion. Whereas because you can create a lot of that stuff as byproducts doing other stuff, that it drives the price down a lot. So, but I might set up a character and give it a go, see if I can make some gold from it. What tool have you got for inscription? I've got one of each. So that's the resourcefulness one for milling. And that's the multi-craft one for crafting inks and ciphers. Can you show your inking build? I'll tell you what, I'm just going to keep it open there because you can still craft while it's open, can't you? Oh, that's why you can't see it. Okay, there you go, guys. Sorry, my big head was in the way, weren't it? There you go. You can have that open for a minute. So that's the main part of the build. There's other stuff here, but you can pretty much ignore that. It's not important. That's the build there. And like I said, if you haven't seen that video yet, the 0 to gold cap in 5 days one, then if you go and watch that video, because that talks about this and why I did it, basically. Do you have a video out for the alchemy concentration build? No, because, and I don't think I will do it, even though it is a better concentration build. I think it's a more profitable concentration build. I just think it's so much more complicated to set up, and I want those videos to be very sort of user-friendly and easy to set up. And alchemy is not. It's messy because of all the because of how you learn recipes and how expensive everything is. It's something people, if they don't know what they're doing, could lose a lot of gold on. So yes, they could make more gold, but I've just got a feeling it's something where people are going to lose a lot of gold on when they don't know what they're doing. So the other build's just simpler. It's a very linear, easy leveling process, very predictable about how much gold you're going to earn and get back. So even though alchemy is better, I don't think I'll do a video for it because I don't want people to be losing loads of gold from doing it. Are you an in real life interpreter? Absolutely not. You want that sky golem for herbalism. Get best way to do artisan acuity. I've got 2 videos for artisan acuity on the channel. When you say it's not worth the effort of getting into, what exactly do you mean? Gold farming in general? Talking about that particular inscription build, because the profit margins on it are already thin, and then I've put a video out that's got like over 30,000 views now, and people just copy the spec that they see in the video. Hello, does the extra threads at the bottom of textiles treasures count towards unraveling? So the extra threads gives you resourcefulness, right? So if you click onto unraveling, you can see here we've got resourcefulness. So yeah, it's a bonus. But you see here we have no multi-craft. So multi-craft is worthless for this build. So that's why we're running a resourcefulness tool and just stacking resourcefulness. So yeah, the resourcefulness helps there. But this is what you need to be able to do the rank 3 crafting. So you need these two, the rare profession tools, 100 profession skill. And then obviously you need the bag as well if you want to be competitive. But at this point, you probably need the resourcefulness capped out as well now. I think in 2 more resets we can do Q1 to Q2 formology. Well, yeah, that's probably going to help things. Although a lot of the rank 2 materials are sort of getting quite close to rank 1 prices now. How do you have so many knowledge points in tailoring? I've not done anything particularly special on this tailor. He's got all the tailoring books. He's got the reputation 10. He's got the kedge 10. So that's 50 already. Yeah, what's he got? 60, 70, 80, 90, 105, 130. Yeah, that's not a lot of knowledge points at the moment. I've seen people with, significantly more knowledge points than that at this point. Do you think there is any gold in engineering mats you can craft? Like, you can make gold off stuff. The fact is, it's so competitive and profit margins are so thin, it's whether it's worth you putting in all that effort to get to that point at this point. So you can make gold doing nearly anything. It's just how much it's actually, is the amount of time and gold you're going to invest in it. Are you going to get it back? And probably not in anything that's remotely competitive at the moment. Duskweave bolts increased in price just recently. I wonder if it's because of your tailoring video. They've, what, as in just now? Duskweave's been oh, that's come down in price. Are we actually to a point where it's worth buying Duskweave again? Oh no, that's 265. Yeah, it's worth buying. It's going to be an expensive purchase though. $2,209,000. Yeah, it's worth doing. I think it's worth doing. Yeah, thank you. I'd completely forgotten that would. Well, the price of Duskweave's gone up now, hasn't it? Right, you can get back to crafting then, can't you? I'm really dubious because I know the price on that is slowly coming down, but I should be able to sell 10,000. Is the ink build still profitable? Well, it is for me, but it probably won't be for anybody else. Loving your content, very helpful. Glad it's helping. Thoughts on the enchanting market? Will it crash? I thought it already had crashed. I thought people basically can't even make a profit on basic crafts at the moment. What are the rates on milling herbs? It depends. There's a million factors for that. I get very approximately, you get about 1.5, I think, when you're fully set up, assuming you're recrafting resourcefulness. If you had to do another 0 to 10 million challenge right now, what would you try and do? I don't know. It's hard to answer without having a good look into the markets. Because it wasn't easy last time because of how limited the resources I had were. And obviously it's significantly harder now. What are you doing there? It's obviously significantly harder now with her because all the markets are saturated, even more so than last time, and you're even further behind. If you only had one account, how would you go about making gold if you only had around 500k to start? I would just go with the concentration builds. Well, actually, no. I wouldn't go with concentration builds. I would be doing some dodgy cross-server stuff. But most people should just go with the concentration builds. Do you think there is any way to make profit on alchemy with flasks apart from concentration? I went all in, but I see no option to get profit from flasks. I've got a video that's basically called something like Best Alchemy Specs or something like that will probably come out tomorrow, mate. It'll come out at some point. And basically in that video, I'm arguing that people should not be pushing towards crafting rank 3s. They should be getting bulk production and trying to craft rank 2s. And that's exactly what I did. And obviously I can produce these rank 2s really cheaply. Now I can't guarantee that's going to work. But what I can guarantee is if you are behind other people and you're not getting profit, if you go straight for rank 3 crafting, by the time you get to rank 3 crafting, you're not going to get profit on rank 3s either. Because by the time you get there, everyone else will have unlocked bulk production and you'll be miles behind on secondary stats. So you may as well just put your points in bulk production now and try and make some profit on rank 2s. Right, we are out of this stupid water again. Love the new passive concentration videos. As with most of your content, you have read between the lines instead of just copy-pasting the skill trees. It's been nice to learn the new system. Yeah, there are a lot of videos that just sort of talk about the trees, but they'll actually sort of point you in the right direction, I guess. Hi, Kay, do you have any tips for what enchants to craft? I've not been involved in the enchanting market since the first week of the expansion. So I don't really know what's going on there at the moment. And I've not even touched the EU one at all. So I don't want to give you advice if I'm not 100% sure. But I think, like, the reason I get out of the enchanting market is because of how saturated it gets. I said in that video last week, it just gets so... the market just gets so competitive so quickly with enchanting. And that's when I just get away from it because it's just so hard to make good gold if you don't want to sit there and aggressively cancel scan all day. Hey, any add-on to make the easy unraveling? No, not really. I just manually do it all. There's probably an easier way of doing it, isn't there? Right, if we craft some, if we do 1-on-1, that's going to make rank 2 ciphers, isn't it? Duskweed threads are going for a lot if you don't have multi-craft blocks. I get about 9,700. I should get about 9,700 spools from doing this, just short of the amount of cloth I bought. So if the price is about the same between the spools and the dusk weave, then you about break even. But the price on the spools was about 30 gold higher. The profit margin's there. My concern is that the price is coming down, so I need to sell it before it does come down. Maybe I shouldn't have bought 10,000. Yeah, I'm talking on average. How many pigments per herb? For me, with the full resource from the setup, I mean, where's my numbers? So for lure drop, rank 1, I was getting 14,679 roughly from 10,000. So that's why you're getting like 1.47. And then from micro bloom, or whatever it's called, the common one, 20,000 of those, 30,159. So that's just over 1.5 for that one. So it does vary. But roughly, if you fully set up for resourcefulness, it's roughly about just under 1.5. At the moment, it feels like nothing on my realm is profitable. TSM just reports everything as a loss. Yeah, hearing that a lot, unfortunately. Right. These guys aren't liking crafting. I'm going to have to give them a break for a minute. The game just eats your memory when you're crafting for too long. In what expansion did you start making gold? In BFA, really. Have you ever considered farming PvP recipes for gold? Did anyone find it worth it? I mean, it's not something I do. If I want them, I'll just buy them for whatever price it is. Have you still got any of those Corpheus shoulders? That was a really fun video. Yeah, I've got loads of them, and they're still selling even to this day. Have you looked at all into cooking? Yes, I have. Top secret. Yeah, I'm not going to talk about cooking anymore. Enchanting is profitable until some guy posts a 1k stack undercutting everyone by 3k, and you may as well go to sleep. Yeah, well, but when someone does that, they're either losing huge amounts of gold, in which case they can't do it consistently, or they're doing something you're not and have lower crafting costs than you somehow. Wouldn't it make sense to put the camera in the middle? I suppose I could do, really. To be fair, it just tends to be crafting anyway. In the bottom corner. I have an inscription ink build. I can only make gold with concentration. Is that normal? Do you have all the multicraft and stuff like that as well, or do you just have sort of the ink plus skill? Because if you haven't got all the multicrafts, so if you haven't got all the points in pursuit of knowledge and stuff like that, then it's hard to compete with those that do. Any suggestion how to make gold with blacksmithing? What road to go and what profession is best for making gold out of crafting orders. I've got all I'm hearing about blacksmithing is that it's ridiculously competitive, and that you need to have enough knowledge points to be able to get your ever burning furnace up. How much gold do you have? About 1.1 bill or so. Yes, that's why I didn't touch enchanting as well, but I have 11 full min max enchanters that I only use for one profession enchant, and then I left them. I heard that resourcefulness procs is so underrated. There is some crazy stuff going on, some just crazy competition in that enchanting market. Right, and we've even had a crash now. This crafting thing is just absolutely ridiculous. It just kills your memory on your PC all the time. Trying to build an alt army for gold making. Really enjoyed your guides. How many you think do I need for a steady income that pays for my semi-casual PvE gaming? Just build it up gradually. Like if you just want a token, then at current profit levels, you can get that for like 3, 4, 5 characters. But then if you want to pay for everything, then you need everything else as well. You're going to need a lot more than. I have all in multicraft. Yeah, I mean, once you've got all the multicraft and all the pursuit of knowledge, then that should get you most of what you need. You obviously won't have the resourcefulness one maxed out, but it's not as it doesn't make as much difference as the multicraft one. Right.
Yeah.
Can't wait for that video then. Throw that chef hat on. It's only something I noticed, that was all. Just keeping it under wraps. Just leveled an alt to level 70, hunter, dragonflight, skinner, and level worker. Should I make this alt be an enchanter for passive income? If you've got a setup you want to go with that you think is going to make you gold, then you go for it. But why would you not want to use your skin? If you've already got skinning and level working, do you not want to use those instead? I don't think the daily skinning thing is doing fantastic at the moment, is it? I think prices have pretty much hit the deck. But level working, you can use that as sort of a concentration build. Hey K-Chak, first time viewer, I have very low liquid gold. What would you recommend I do profession-wise first? Craft alloys with blacksmith internal. If you've only got 50k gold, then I wouldn't be trying to craft anything, because 50k gold is not going to get you anywhere. Like, you can try with the concentration builds, and hopefully, if you've got some alts, as you make more profits over time, sort of scale that up. So that's what I've been talking about in my most recent videos, the tailoring and dual crafting concentration builds. But as for actually crafting alloys and stuff like that, people who have got really advanced profession specs are struggling to make gold. So you're not going to be able to catch up with 50k. I went with alchemy. The mistake is it costs so much to level it up. Yeah, it's extremely expensive, which is why, even though it is the best concentration build, that I'm not making a video about it, because it's just too much to set up. Did you say 1.1 bill as in bill? Yeah, as in, 1,100 millions. You have to undercut every 2 seconds to sell. Yeah, I assume you're talking about enchanting. The part I love about concentration builds is that if I'm busy IRL, a couple of days, it's okay. I can come back, make that one click on 30 alts, make a few 100,000. Yeah, it's a really good system that Blizzard put in the game to allow people to easily make some gold without the risk and the effort and doing all the crazy sort of things that I do. Is it still viable to make gold with ciphers? I'm always making a loss with it. You need to basically be best in slot now to do it, especially since I've released a video talking about it. Because so many people just do whatever it is that I do to make gold. We're not selling very fast today, really. What would be above that? Maybe I'm just not being aggressive enough. What's the best zone for gathering, herb and mining? I don't herb and mine properly, so I'm not going to tell you where it is because I don't know, because I don't have enough experience with it. What's the best way to get more resourcefulness on Taylor? I mean, that's the resourcefulness tree there. That's the one that's going to buff it mostly. And then obviously you can put it on your tool, put the enchant on your tool as well. Let's grab that mine, seeing as it's there. By the way, thanks a lot, K-Chak. I did set up 47 characters with concentration builds from your guides, making roughly 500k per day. And could buy tokens for the next 2 years in less than 10 days. That is absolutely fantastic. So have you done that from the ones that I did before? Must have been the ones from before before the expansion release then, wasn't it? The ones I sort of did on the beta and release just as the game went out. Well, that's good. That's fantastic to hear that. 500k per day. That's what happens when you do it at scale though, isn't it? 500k a day. But that's what I'm saying. If people set it up on 2 professions, even if it's only 10k each time you use your concentration, it's 1.5 million a month gold. With all this talk about concentration, how come you're not using yours on various characters? Because believe it or not, I have barely any concentration. Because it's a great way of making gold, but because I'm making so much gold crafting and stuff like that, I don't want to stop crafting because it's not worth it. It's not worth it for me, really, basically. To have too many I've even got concentration characters I've not used concentration on, which I should do, really, but like if you're doing something that's making a lot of gold, just keep doing it. And at the moment, fortunately, I am. This crafting's doing really well. How much KP do you have on your Alchemist? I feel like I'm behind, even when I did everything since release. I don't know if it's because of the patron order RNG. I only got 2 KP. Yeah, 2. Like I only got 4 this week. It's really dodgy. Can't show you at the moment because I've not got that account in, but I will log into the Alchemist at some point. No, I meant dual crafting, not enchanting. Yeah, if you've got the dual crafting already, then go with the dual crafting. I did the dual crafting thing on 6 alts. Looks like a good strat. Good. I mean, the thing is with dual crafting thing, the way the prices are at the moment, you're getting your gold back very quickly. So at least then the worst thing that can happen is, even if everything completely dies, is hopefully you should at least break even. What do you do with all the gold you have? Use it to make more gold, mostly. Isn't there an engineering weekly quest? Yeah, but it only gives you one KP on an engineer, and then you get your Patreon orders. But I think I only got about 5 or 6 knowledge on my engineer this week. Do you ever use your influence to tilt markets intentionally? I don't know if you'd ever even say if you do, of course. Just interesting in the way you control how some things flow. I've got about 900k I can invest in profession to try and flip. What single profession would you suggest? It's a good question, that. So before the expansion released, I knew I was going to enchant. I was going to go into enchanting, and I knew I was going to struggle with the amount of materials that would be on the market, because not enough people would be disenchanters. Now, I genuinely thought that disenchanting would be an extremely strong profession. It turned out it was an extremely strong profession because of all the shuffles and stuff involved in it. But I never did release that video, because I did think that obviously if I release that video, then I'm getting benefit from that, because the market's getting flooded with cheaper materials for me to use. So yeah, good question. But no, not. I don't use like the content creation to help with the gold making, but I do use the gold to influence things quite heavily with markets and things like that. 1 second. Yeah, the video with the 32 builds. Yeah, fantastic. Good. Yeah, there was a lot of builds in there, and some of them were better than others, but there was some nice concentration builds potentially in there. 47 characters with 2 professions. That's fantastic. 500k a day. That's crazy. Dynamite Disco made my first 100k with disenchanting. Grats. Spent it all on kid though. You better get disenchanting again, haven't you? Yeah, same. Making about 600k daily from 30 character setup. Diversity play in many markets. Well, I hope I don't crash all your markets with the videos that come out. Why have you stopped crafting? Right. Get back to it. You've not got one either, have you? Didn't have a flask up. So I did go through my characters every 3 days and did collect 3.1 mil of sales today. 1.5 net from it. That's congrats. The thing is, it sounds like you made the right choices on which ones to use as well. It was hard. It was hard. Did you set up any of the... do you know the engineering bomb one with the daily cooldown thing? Did you set any of those up? Because I've been looking at that. Do you have any thoughts on a better system than undercutting on the auction house, or do you think it's fine the way it is with reference to the enchanting scene at the moment? It's the same. I mean, the enchanting scene's horrible, but you can see here I'm having to constantly scan to sell stuff. It's one of those things where there's no easy answer to it. And it's not a great system, but I also don't have an easy answer on how we can get around it either. So if you're asking my question, apologies, just leveled an alt to 70, Hunter, Dragonflight Skinner, and level working. Watch the passive income guide for Dualcraft. Should switch to that now. If you've got nothing in those professions that you particularly want to keep, then yeah, you can drop them and pick up one of the passive income ones, and hopefully, it's just giving you a little bit of source of gold over time because it's not expensive. Like I said, it only costs like on the EU, it only cost me like 30k gold to level it up. Made 2 gems, got like 15k back, so it's paid for half of it straight away. Then in like 3 days, I can do the same again, and it's paid for the whole process of setting it up. And then hopefully you'll just be profit from that. So it is sort of like quite quick and easy to set up. So if you're not going to do anything with those professions and you've not got anything valuable on them, like any previous recipes or anything like that, I mean the skinning in particular, it's easy to drop, isn't it? What's the biggest market move you made in Dragonflight? The biggest mistake or the biggest plus? So the biggest mistake I made was trying to reset the markets on the cloth cooldown cloths. And the reason I made the mistake was because Blizzard said they'd fixed the cooldowns. So I went in to do market resets, and then Blizzard hadn't fixed the cooldowns. So they said they had. They put a post out saying they had, and they hadn't. And I did a market reset, and everyone could just still craft as many as they wanted. So that was the biggest mistake I made. The biggest plus I made was probably the one in the 10 million gold an hour alchemy video, where I did market resets and a lot of the stuff with the flasks, and just took over the flask market on the EU for the most important flask for like a couple of hours on a raid night, and it was just absolute madness. It was quite mental at the start with switching the blue enchanted shards into storm dust. Yeah, it's been a bit of a crazy change. What do you think Shatter, Gleaming Shards, and Storm does with 40% making cheap ring, bracelet, cloak enchants with 40%, selling them on the auction now? Honestly, right, do the maths on it. And if you're not sure how to do the maths, just try it and see, and just give it a whirl and see how it goes. Because it's hard when you've got resourcefulness on so much different stuff there on doing the actual maths on it. And something like that, Craft Sim, it's going to be hard, like any sort of add-on, it's going to be hard to tell you. Because you've got so many stages to the process. So Shatter, Gleaming Shards, and Storm does 40%. So basically, you're just farming your own materials to enchant, aren't you? But you need to be making rank 3s if you want to sell anything, because all the other stuff's selling at a loss, isn't it? What profession should I go for my alt army for starting right now? Enchanting question mark. I'm doing a video about enchanting alt army stuff, but I've got a tailoring one and a dual crafting one on the channel as well, on setup guides for those. I think they're cheaper than enchanting, but enchanting's good as well, which is why I'm going to do a video on it. But if you want to go with enchanting, then that's fine. I just don't have a video to point you to. Oh god, I'm getting miles behind on chat again. Sorry, guys. I can't seem to make any money with it with inscription. Is there any way that you know of? The only thing you need is loads and loads of knowledge points. And to max out your multi-craft, basically. Pursuit of knowledge, multi-craft, and then you can make gold with inscription. This is pretty complicated. I'm mining and then craft blacksmith from a match with multi-craft. Is that okay? But are you actually making more profit from crafting, or would you make more gold just selling? So it depends how good your blacksmithing is. But if you've got good blacksmithing, then that'd be fine, yeah. What would you count as BIS for ciphers? So BIS for ciphers is you've got all rank 3 profession, all rank 5 profession gear with resourcefulness enchant. And you have these all maxed out. So at that point, your crafts can't get any cheaper. You can get more skill and create better ones, but that's the cheapest. So that's when I call you BIS, basically. BIS for your crafting costs, not BIS for the quality you can produce, basically. I just went ultra deep with tailoring and enchanting. Main money is coming from enchanting at the moment. Tailoring is fucked because of spools being ultra expensive. Yeah. I assume you're on the US then from saying that, because when I did that video on the EU side, it was obviously prices were much better. But enchanting early on was nuts. Thank you, K-Chak. You awesome, really helpful. Just hope you make some gold from it. That's all. Oh my god, I have to watch that video. Yeah, watch the. Yeah, watch the videos. Yeah. I've been selling Dragonflight enchants. The new ones are so expensive. Do you mean you've been buying them, or people have actually been buying them off you? Can't decide to go alchemy or enchanting for my alt army. Which should I go for? If I'm going in right now, alchemy is the best, but alchemy is so much more complicated and so much more expensive to set up than the others. Like, if it was me, I'm just looking for something where I can set it up quickly, cheap, and get my money back. Because once I've got my money back, then I'm at least at break even. But alchemy, it's gonna make you more money in the long term, probably. But it's just so much higher risk and so much more time to set up as well, and so much more RNG involved. It's just, yeah, I just don't like it. Even though it is the best, probably the best gold making. You think they tune other feasts that use dogfish and fish fillets since it's so much more expensive? Like, probably not, because it's Blizz. Even though it sounds sensible, it's probably not going to happen, is it? How much gold do you earn per hour doing this? Usually a lot more than I'm earning at the moment, because obviously I'm not really giving it my full attention. But most of the crafters get maybe 50, 60, 70, 80k an hour, maybe up to 100k an hour. The alchemist earns absolutely crazy amounts per hour. But I'm really well stocked up on alchemy stuff at the moment, I think. Let's go and check. Because I was starting to get through the healing potions, wasn't I? Oh no, we've still got loads of healing potions. Oh, wrong one. Ambis for inscription, crafting costs, but still making a loss. Should I try farming herbs myself and just go and buy them for less gold? That's baffling. That's baffling. Like, if you've got the same crafting costs as me, I don't understand how someone's making them cheaper than you. Like, if we're talking about sort of rank 1s and rank 2s, like, yeah, I don't get how people I don't get how people are doing it cheaper than you then. Like, for rank 1s, when it's rank 3s and stuff like that, people can do some weird stuff. But when it's rank 1s and rank 2s and stuff, it's very difficult. Could you tell us your setup? I feel like this expansion is so laggy. The memory leaks are crazy. Also monetizing that. And here you are with 4 clients. Yeah, but the PC doesn't like it. It really doesn't like it at times. I mean, we've seen one crash already today. And the monitor's not that big. What was it, like a 28, I think, or something? Maybe 27. Why alchemy is good for old time? Because you can produce expensive flasks significantly cheaper than other people. And it will be, until the rank 3 herbs cost the same as the rank 2 herbs, it'll be like that for a very long time. But it's just, I just don't think alchemy is worth the effort to set up for a concentrational army, even though it's probably going to be the one that will do best in the long term. I'm on the EU. The Sunset Spellspread are going for a loss at the moment. If you don't proc Multicraft, the other is still profitable but without proc. Is that using concentration? Because when I looked at the numbers earlier, like they were selling for 10k, but the crafting costs were like not. Like crafting cost was only like 5k when I looked the other day. Cloth is nuts right now. Yeah, you're not kidding. What makes the Alchemist Alt Army so complicated to sell? Because the cost to level up alchemy is already expensive process, but then you're trying to get recipes that are random discoveries. So you can't just go to the trainer and train what you want. You are doing discoveries every day, or you are doing experimentation to try and unlock the recipe that you want. And it's just a very RNG process that can be very time consuming and very expensive. Like just getting one character all the recipes was annoying enough. Which alchemy? I'm going to bring my alchemist on in a minute anyway. Let's just see if we can get this last mine that I need. Come on. We're just going to ignore the herbs now because I just want to get this weekly stuff done. Do rank 2 materials gain value if the rank 3 version is through the roof? Like as an alternative because no one is buying. Plus gemstones. Like, I mean, they're crafting different things because they're crafting at different ranks. But sometimes people will use the rank 2 ones instead of using rank 3 ones if they're using sort of like the items that increase their skill as an optional reagent. So if the price gets too high on the rank 3s, if the price between the 2 and the 3 gets too high, then they'll use those optional reagents to get plus skill and then use the rank 2s instead to keep the crafting cost down. My multi-craft on inscription is at 20%. What's the cap? Well, I'm making those ciphers there and mine's at 23%. So that's what mine's at. So I don't know what the difference is between mine and yours. But there's 3% coming from somewhere. Do you buy your sub with in-game currency or monthly? No, in-game currency. I've not paid for anything with Blizzard for years and years. How much gold do you make over a working day with this kind of crafting? Today, when I can craft all day because I'm not at work, then what? You can easily make 1-2 mil. But on a normal working day, I can't be crafting all day, so. Then what is good for alt army instead of alchemy? So I've got videos on the channel for tailoring and jewel crafting. So the jewel crafting one in particular is probably better than tailoring one because a lot of people are saying the tailoring prices aren't great at the moment. So jewel crafting one in particular. Enchanting should do well as well, but I don't have a video to signpost you for that. But those are sort of cheaper, quicker, easier to set up, get your money back quickly, so you're not sort of at a risk of losing gold, which is where a lot of people are with professions at the moment. What's the most profitable rank 3 flask with concentration? It would be the Flask of Alchemical Chaos. Because that's BIS for about 80% of classes, I think. It's also got a much higher skill to craft. So I don't think anybody can craft those at rank 3 yet. And yet, unless they've really, really abused the exploit to get knowledge. I have 15 alchemists, with almost all having bisque flask. I did waste a bunch of KP, but still making a killing. Yeah, but I bet you're making an absolute killing, but I bet that was a nightmare to set up as well. I did 2 expansions as a gear crafter for others and myself, but next expansion I'm crafting all the boring stuff like spools and stones or whatever. Yeah. It's where the money is on anything that sells on the region-wide auction house. It's where the money is. Rank 2 herbs and bismuth are sort of tied to the rank 3 price at 5. Yeah, I mean, it can never go over 5 to 1, can it? It's impossible, basically. Isn't logging into 15 alchemists already a full-time job? I think setting up 15 alchemists must have been a full-time job since the expansion came out. Oh, is he finished crafting finally? Right. How are we doing? Right, craft some more ciphers for now. Oh. Seems to be a lot more profit in the rank 2s at the moment. I don't know if it's because everyone's charging to the rank 1 market, because that's what obviously I did in the video. So I've just got a bit more skill and just start on the rank 2 market instead. Oh god, you got your guys in that chat. Right. The 3% is my... Yeah, you've missing some multi-craft somewhere. How do you have 450 skill in unraveling? I've got those 2 capped, 100 profession skill, and all rare profession tools. And if you've got that, then you should have 450 skill and be able to craft rank 3s. Oh yeah, what Aaron said afterwards. Are ciphers worth it right now for you on the average profit? So you can see here, I like to put crafting up for you guys because I know you like it. So that's about 100 gold a profit. So it's not like, you know, it's not a world-ending profit. But the thing is, I can sell these things all day. Just constantly crafting. Like, craft hundreds and hundreds of them every hour. So it's worth it for me, but I don't think it's worth it for most other people. Because it's just such a hard market to get into. Especially as everyone else is trying to do the same. What's your number one tip for figuring out when to bulk purchase mats for lower prices? So, say I come on here. So this is under mine exchange. So let's say we're looking at buying spears. Like you can have a very good, see that's the last couple of weeks. Normally I'd look over a longer time period, but the last couple of weeks is fairly good as far as how far we are into expansion. You can just see when, so the red line is the supply, that's the amount available on the auction house, and the blue line is the price. You can just see where the dips are going to be, and it tends to be a fairly predictable pattern. So stuff tends to get bought up around sort of Monday and Tuesday, and in a lot of time you see sort of at the start of the weekend. Actually, it's actually gone down there on Saturday, but a lot of time on the weekend you can see spikes as well. So best time to buy is usually as the total quantity, so the red line's going up, the blue line will be going down normally, and that's when you want to buy. So even if you're not sure if it's, you're looking at it and you can see, oh, it's this price, you can look on here and come on here and say, oh, we're here. So it might feel like a good price, but it's not, because you can see the blue lines all the way up there. At least you can use that to sort of see the trends of what's been going on in the past. Right, sorry guys, I'm miles behind on chat again, aren't I? What's the region-wide auction house? Most stuff, herbs, mine, herbs or enchant, stuff like that, sold on an auction house across the whole of the EU or the whole of the US. I missed your stream and looking with the band. Yeah, it's sold. Right. That's the important part of the tailoring build, to get the skill. I do have to ask, do you work in finance? No, absolutely not. What is your cipher price now? So we're at 550 gold now. So the rank ones seem to have really tanked. So I had some knowledge points, and I've just put a few more knowledge points in so I can craft the rank 2s quite easily. And I think I'll probably mostly be going over to the rank 2 market now. But I'm leaving myself on that barrier between so I can craft either whenever I need to. Price on those tempered potions is coming down as well, isn't it? Hello, sir. I was enjoying your videos, and my surprise, my 3-month-old loved the sound of your soothing voice. Then fell asleep. Oh, God. Glad to be of service. Is it worth to sell mining and herb mats, or send it to inscription and blacksmith to craft? Unless you are a really, really good crafter, like you have all your blue profession gear, you have 100 skill, you have loads of knowledge points, then another crafter will be able to make more use of those materials. So therefore, you're probably going to get more gold from it just selling it on the auction house in the majority of cases. Bro, are you 4-boxing auction houses? No, that's only one character on the auction house. These are all crafting. But it's not unusual for me to have 8 characters, 8 accounts at once on the auction house. That's not an unusual setup. I can't stream that. PC can't handle that. Thanks a ton for the help, K-Chat. Going to get out there and try and make some gold, lol. Hope it helps. Hope it helps. What is your KP setting for Cypher? That's the inscription build. How much gold per hour unraveling? The gold per hour on unraveling is crazy, but I can't do it for long. So he'll do all this. He'll make hundreds of thousands of gold in sort of, well, if I was paying attention, in sort of like an hour unraveling, he can do 10,000. And he'll make hundreds of thousands of gold, but then I can't do it again probably till tomorrow because I have to sell everything off. So it's a great gold per hour, but I can't consistently be doing it. Whereas I'll probably make more money from the inscription character, even though it's lower gold per hour, because he can just be doing it all the time. My damn quill has resourcefulness, going to go farm some acuity now. Well, obviously, if you've got a resourcefulness quill, at least you're probably best at making pigments at least anyway, aren't you? Flicking is so volatile, it seems, like with cloth suddenly being nerfed, it didn't even know about that. I mean, that was a very... that change happened very, very quickly, didn't it? And stuff's going 4 times the price when they already think it's... Yeah, it's like... the price is like 10 times what it was like a week ago. You play on NA, on EU it's 350. Yeah, I mean, I do most of this stuff's on NA. I've not really touched the EU much. I've leveled up a character to 80, I think. Any advice from going from 100 mil to 1 billion gold? Well, if you've got to 100 million, then what have you done to get to 100 million? Because if you've got to 100 million, just keep doing it. But the difference I found between earning a lot of gold and earning a ridiculous amount of gold, the difference was being on many, many servers. So like I say, I have auction house characters on every single server in the EU and the US. And I usually have a sort of 6 to 10 million gold worth of auctions on each auction house. And because you're selling like you think about it, if you've got, even if you say 5 million gold on the auction house, so on 20 servers, that's 100 million. You've got just listening on 20 servers. So the amount you can sell just goes up absolutely crazy. But I think it has got much easier to get to 1 billion now with the region-wide auction house. What server is that where it sells for 500? It's US region. But it's okay saying this thing sells for more. It does sell for more on the US region, okay? But the cost of materials are higher on the US region as well. How much gold per hour is considered good for one account? It's whatever's... If you mean for me, my cut-off point would probably be like 40, 50k gold an hour crafting. But for some people, like 10, 20k gold an hour crafting on an account that you're not doing anything is fine for them. What are you crafting with tailoring? I'm making this dusk thread spools, and I've just made all the weaver thread ones as well. We're nearly done. Just another 2,000 to go. Gleaming Shatter seems to give around 200k an hour with the right build. Do you think it will tank soon? 100% it will tank. Because whenever anything is that good, everyone will go to it. So just while it's good, just take advantage of it as much as you can while it's going well. Because it won't last. It will not last. Is there an add-on for prospecting all the ore in bags instead of having to do 1k at a time? I don't think there is, but if you find it, please let me know because it's so frustrating. And that's the main part of the unraveling build that everyone keeps asking about. With that, max that, max that, max that. You can ignore that one, you can ignore that one, because you don't need those for unraveling. That's something else. I was kind of slow starting up this expansion, but the reset has been great for me. I've been focusing on rank 3 inks, and I'm up around 3.5 mil so far this reset. That's amazing. You must be fully, like, you must have all the multi-craft and stuff to be doing that, surely. Yes, I do, but pigments don't sell that well, in my opinion. I do craft them, but not in huge quantities. Yeah, because I just do it all myself most of the time. At one point, I was selling pigments, because you can get some good profit margins on pigments sometimes. But yeah, you need that multi-craft tool, really, to be competitive in if you want to be in ciphers and stuff like that. Logging through 4 or 5 characters is enough for me. I couldn't imagine hundreds of mini servers, yeah. But it sounds like it's a huge job, and it is a big job, but I'll do it on 8 accounts at once. So 4 in the EU, 4 in the US, and they have like 21, 22 characters on each. So you log into one, you log into one on each account, list everything on the auction house, log out of all of them, do the same again, just rinse and repeat the process like 20 times. Takes about an hour and 20 minutes, I think, to list all my auctions. But considering I'm listing the amount of auctions I am, it's very quick because you're not hitting the auction house throttle, because you're not posting like more than 60 or 70 auctions. So it's quite quick on the actual posting. You're checking for things on Undermine Exchange and then selling items on different servers via Warband Bankman. I don't use, well, so you're checking the prices for things on Undermine Exchange and then selling items. Yeah, I mean that's one way of doing things, because you can put in. So we go on. Let's go on the old. As soon as we're talking about, oh, it's not a region, is it? As soon as we're talking about these earlier. So yeah, you can just click on here and see where it's cheapest. And if it's cheap enough that you want to buy it, then you just go and buy it, don't you? You can tell it was 6 days ago since I listed my auctions on the EU, can't you? All of them at 400,000 that were listed 6 days ago on all them different servers. Look, so when I post my auctions of these, there's like 100 on the, there's like 100. As soon as I don't post my auctions for a while, down to like 15 in the entire EU. That's what I mean. You buy these things up and you spread them out across many, many servers. And that's what I've got there. You can see all those, all them different servers that item's on. And obviously it works better if you control the vast majority of the stock of an item across all the servers. When you say you make low money but consistent with inscription, what are you using inscription for to generate that? Just making boundless ciphers and inks all the time. Like I see here, I'm making 100 gold profit a craft, so every time he crafts, I'm making about 100 gold. So 100, 200, 300. Like it's not, but because of the speed I can sell the ciphers, I can sell the rank 2 ciphers. If I end up with too many rank 2 ciphers, I'll get him to make rank 1 ciphers, and then I'll be selling rank 1 and rank 2 ciphers. Then if I end up with too many of those, then he can start making inks, and I'll sell those. And it all sells at profit. Now, it's not amazing profit margins, but, 100 gold per craft. If he just keeps doing that all day, he's just continuously making me gold. How do you make money with engineering? The only way I've made money with engineering this expansion is crafting stuff from last expansion. But I've heard a lot of people making pretty good gold from the parts. But some people also saying that the parts are extremely difficult to sell. So what was one of your best gold flips or markets crushed in history? Older expansions are valid. I mean, like when people think about like doing the sort of things you do in markets, people think about the short term stuff, like I did with the alchemy market in Dragonflight, where you can sort of very rapidly and very quickly like completely dominate a market. But that's for sort of a very short term gain. But I think when you do the slower market manipulations over months, that's when you see the absolutely insane returns. So that's what I've done with a lot of the transmog. So I did it with all the transmog in Shadowlands. I've bought up huge amounts of it in Dragonflight, and I've done the same in Dragonflight as well. So like we go to so yeah, if we say the pauldrons, oh, this is on EU. We don't want EU. I've got it on the EU as well, but it's just easier to show you on the US. If it ever loads. So I literally have hundreds of these. And you can see where I'm fixing the price here, because this is where I've not listed my auctions again for 6 days. I'm fixing the price to 149k, and usually I'm just buying the cheapest ones over time. Anything that drops below 20k, I'll buy it, and I'm relisting it on another server for 150k. So what you're doing is you're taking the cheap ones out of the market and putting them expensive elsewhere. So over time, you are pushing the price of the item up across the entire region. And the thing is, they do sell for the 150k, and that's the flips that make big money. So most of those, my average buy price on those is probably 6,000-7,000 gold, and I'm selling them for 150,000 gold. Now it will take me years to sell them all, but they will sell, and that's how you make your ridiculous gold doing stuff like that. But it's a very, very slow, long-term process. And it's probably how I make most of my gold, not doing the sort of stuff I'm doing at the moment. Over the whole expansion, I'll make more gold from my past expansions, stuff that's selling for prices well above what I paid for them. Can you still profit off unraveling, even if the cloth is so expensive? Or did you stockpile before the explosion? I accidentally stockpiled. I had a load sat in my mailbox that I'd forgotten about, and I had like tens of thousands of it. Right, is this done? $8,100. I swear that's less than before. Oh, it's because I'm still unraveling. That's fine. Thought we were done. Got worried then, because I should have had more like 9,500. That's fine. There's still a load more to unravel. I'm happy and out. Panicking there for a minute. I thought they changed the unravel rate as well. Wish there was a way to reset my knowledge. Yeah, we could do with something in the game, really. My alchemist spent 80 points into formology, and I do not have a clue how that's profitable. Just YOLO'd. Yeah, why is Blasphemite so cheap? It's because if they didn't make it so that every time you did it, you got a small amount of gleaming, it would have been fine. But gleaming's cheap because it can be mass produced now. I don't understand why they did that. Does blue gear affect prospecting? I don't think plus skill affects prospecting, but resourcefulness does. So you do ideally need your tool with resourcefulness at rank 5 with a resourcefulness enchant, and I think it's the apron's got resourcefulness on it as well. So ideally you need that at rank 5 to max out the amount of resourcefulness you get. But besides that, I don't. When I've done my testing, I don't think plus skill affects prospecting, or I did not seem to get any benefit from it when I was doing my numbers. But resourcefulness definitely helps. Surprisingly, no, I'm not maxed out on the multicraft node, but pretty close. I'm maxed out on resourcefulness because at first I was going to focus pigments, but they don't sell. Well, the thing is, at the end of the day, who cares? If you're making that amount of gold. Mine shows a loss for Cypher. Yeah, but it depends on how you set up. Like I've probably, if you haven't got the same profession spec and stuff as me. How much time does this setup take? Well, everything's been set up over years and years, hasn't it? Like I've been doing this since BFA. Right, I'm out of potions again. I think we need to craft some more healing potions. At least we've nearly cleared one guild bank of tempered potions anyway. 2 more to go though. I want to get rid of these because the prices are coming down. $100 a craft is solid. Yeah, 100 gold a craft is solid, but it was at like 800 gold a craft like a week ago. I sold a part on Taran Mill for 760k on Taran Mill EU the other day. Had to try and pill for 1k for him Wensel. Yeah, but that's just gambling, isn't it? You just hit the jackpot gambling. Whenever I do that, obviously not across 20 servers, people just A, don't buy it, and B, under. I assume you're talking about the transmog and stuff like that. The thing is, like, you just need masses and masses and masses of it to make the gold. So I have that same item and I'm selling it on so many different servers. And obviously I'm literally listing. If you think let's say I only list 5 million gold's worth of per server, which is a low estimation because some servers it's like 10 million. So if you're doing that on 180 servers, then you're listing what? It's too late for me to do maths, guys. It's 175 servers actually, not 180. So that's 875 million gold in auction houses. In auction house stuff I've got listed on the auction houses. So I've probably got close to $1 billion gold in stuff on the auction house at any one time normally. Obviously, as you just saw from that other stuff, I've not listed my auctions for 6 days because I've been too busy actually playing the War Within, or too busy being banned, whichever. Because listing the auctions is just boring. Of course, he has auction house. Yeah, I have auction house now on the EU and the US regions. Very randomly, out of all professions, alloys, parts, and dual regions had the most profit for me for about 100 million till now. But I realised all my crafts rely on rank 3 bismuth price, and I'm not going to say the next bit. Can I have 100k gold for a craft, please? Did they change the portion stake rate? I'm not talking about cooking. I'm not talking about cooking today. I'm new to WoW and want to start making gold. Is there a summary into which professions are best and how they work? Love your video. Like anyone that's new that wants something easy, I suggest just looking at those, especially that dual crafting concentration one that released yesterday. As for a general one for professions, you might be better off looking, if you want like sort of general guides to the professions. I've not got any, unfortunately. Manfius has got loads of sort of general guides on the professions though. Any idea what the max multi-craft per flask is? I don't know because I've not got there yet. I'll show you the inscription build in a minute. He just needs to make a delivery. Because we're running out of ciphers on my auction house character. That's it, he can't even finish crafting the batch he's got before I'm almost running out. Right, you can take your shortcut. Would you recommend a new toon to use the free 300 acuity to use on a blue tool or knowledge points? It depends what you're trying to do. But at this point, I think trying to get in any crafting profession is just going to end up costing you lots of gold. And in that case, you probably don't want a blue profession tool because you don't need a blue profession tool if you're just going to do a concentration build. And you're better off getting the knowledge, but it depends what you're trying to do. It really does. Prices are coming down. How do you know that someone isn't going to buy it again and relist it at 10 times? The thing is, stuff like that just doesn't work very well. They can try and relist it as much as they want, but there's still supply coming into the market. Like it can work sometimes just buying everything and relisting it, but it's extremely high risk. Right, we're going to have a quick look. Let me finish cancelling these auctions, then we'll have a quick look at that inscription build again. I'll put it up. The transmog thing, I never fully understood. At some point, people are just not going to buy it, are they? Yeah, I mean, there will be. You've sort of got a set a price put. Like the higher you put the price, the lower the sale rate is going to be. But what you might want to do is just set the price as you. The stuff I'm buying, I buy it as I know there's not going to be any more coming into the game. So I buy the Shadowlands stuff towards sort of the middle to the end of Shadowlands, and I buy the Dragonflight stuff the middle to the end of Dragonflight, because I know then the supply of that stuff coming into the game is basically going to be zero. So you've got literally control of the whole stock of this stuff. If people want to buy it from you, then they have to pay the price that you've set. And you're right, but the more you put that price up, the lower the sale rate will be. So to begin with, you put it at sort of like a medium level to get some sales because you want to move some of your stock on. But then as the stuff gets rarer and rarer, you just put the price up and up more because you don't care. If you've only got like, if there's only 50 on the entire region and you've got 40 of them, then you don't care if it takes you like years to sell them. It's not costing you that much to list them on the auction house, and you're listing auctions on all the servers anyway. And someone sooner or later will be willing to pay the price. you'd be surprised how much people are willing to pay for stuff. Do you have video that shows you how to set up operations in TSM? Like you have a constant scan post items while you sit there. That's the point. I'm confused with making all those operations. I don't have videos on TSM. Like Hazel's got a good video, and Samadan does good videos on it as well. And there'll be others as well. But I'm not good with TSM at all. I've got an extremely basic setup. Right. Right, you can get doing some milling. You can finish off that. You can list that, right. Hello, just arrived. Basically, what method do you use to farm? Sell transmog from old expansions? I don't farm. I just buy what other people farm, basically. Cooking makes me sad whenever I'm reminded of it. Yeah, but yeah, like I said, not going to talk about cooking. What was your first MMO? My first MMO was Star Wars Galaxies. And I unlocked Jedi in that, which took forever when it was hard to get a Jedi. Mainly looking for AFK crafts to make gold, so not sure if those are best with blue. So the thing is, anything, it's really, really difficult to get anything that makes profit. You need to be like right at the cutting edge. So like I said, this guy's only making, when he was crafting those cypher, he was only making like 100 gold a craft. And that is, he's the best he can possibly be. There is no way to improve his crafting cost. And he has that thin margin of profit. So to get to a point where you're going to be the same as that is going to cost you like a lot of gold, and then by the time you get there, the profit margin will be even less. It's very difficult to have sort of those AFK crafts if you're starting now, basically. I'm pretty new to WoW. I have 2 characters. What 4 crafting type professions would you recommend me taking up to try and start making some really good gold? I wouldn't suggest you try crafting in the general sense at this point in the expansion. I put 2 videos on the channel recently that's about setting up concentration builds, which is a really low cost, fairly low effort way where you get your money back quite quickly and then being a profit. And I would suggest doing that for the majority of people who are starting professions now. It's not going to make you millions and millions of gold, but you can make some decent gold off it. Although I say that, some people in chat have been making millions of gold from it, but they've done it at sort of a really high scale and were really organised with it. How much do you make gold you make per hour? Probably like $1 million. Like when I'm doing this properly, probably what, 100, 150k an hour, 200k an hour. At one point we was at like $1 million gold an hour, but it's just slowly dropping off as markets are getting more and more competitive. Right, we can chuck all this in, and then we don't need the tailor anymore. So then I think we'll get the alchemist out, because I think we're going to need some healing potions soon. Today was the first time I asked 50k for 2 days worth of concentration craft at all and actually got it. I've been way too cheap. Always start expensive, because you can always bring it down, can't you? If yours is a basic setup, so basically all I've got then. So when I say basic setup, So especially stuff from this expansion. So like, okay, let's look at the spores. So I've got my spores in the group. Okay, the group has an operation attached to it, which is called War Within Spores. We go on to War Within Spores, which is, so I've attached that operation to that group. And then it says, I'm going to post for 12 hours. I'm going to post 100 of these. And then I just have a minimum maximum price. Now, usually it looks different to this, what you'll get as a default. And I don't suggest using this because this is a really crappy setup. But that's basically what my spores is. But now I've done this, everyone's going to try sniping me to get cheap spores off me. So that's basically, you have a group, you put items into it, you attach an operation to that group, and then you list how you want that operation to do things, basically. How it wants to list and things like that. Right, say bye-bye to the alchemist. I mean, say goodbye to the tailor. And the alchemist can come in. It'll load. What's your crafting cost for tempered potions? I've not checked them today. They were at sort of 100, 110 gold the other day, but I have had, I've allocated a lot more. I've only just got back on my account yesterday and I've done the weekly stuff. So I have had some more knowledge to that. So I've not really re-looked into it because I've not been crafting any because I had tens of thousands to sell anyway. We can have a quick look in a minute. Right, have you got some duskweave now? Yeah, right, let's get it sold. Hopefully I can get rid of that duskweave quite quickly. It does sell a lot faster than the dawn wave. So for the tempered potions now, I can craft these. Just a minute. With rank 2 tempered potions. So I can craft rank 2 tempered potions only using 3 rank 2 herbs, and everything else is rank 1 at the moment. But it's healing potions that I need to be crafting at the moment, I think. That's what I'm running low on. And these have had some crazy margins on them. Although not there. Oh, do you know why? It's because I don't have the buff. Do you know, I don't have the potion spillover buff. That's why. So yeah, I can almost craft rank 2 tempered potions now, only using completely rank 1 materials. which is nice. Fellow Star Wars Galaxy Jedi here, Eclipse server. That's where I used to play Star Wars Galaxy. Miss it, yeah. It was a very unique game. It's a pity with all the changes that came along. Why are we sad about cooking? I'm not sad about it. I'm just not talking about it, which obviously means something's happening. Are you worried you're going to spend your entire time the war of experience post and cancel scan? It's quite addictive. I lost more than half my time being addicted to auction houses. You know, like if I were just sat here on my own doing it, then yeah, it's quite boring. If I sat here on my own, I'd be selling a lot more as well. Being attacked by the wife. But you know, when you sat and you're talking to everyone and things like that, then yeah, I could sit a roll expansion doing this. So do I understand right? Early in expansion, when prices are really high, the crafting types can have a huge profit. If that's true, what kind of things do you do after the market's calmed down? It's hard because not only does the amount you make from crafting drop so much, but so does the amount you make from gathering as well. And that's why if you want to make gold and you want to pay for your subs and stuff like that, it's best just to do everything at the start of the expansion. And then every time we get a patch, you'll get everything will kick off again for a while. But the start of the expansion is when you can really make the huge amounts of gold. Right. So if we craft some of these healing potions then. I ain't got enough gold. 2.5 million is not going to craft many healing potions, is it? Right, we need to kick you offline. Most annoying feature ever of the Warband Bank, having to log out every time you want to pass it over. What do you do with the gold? Use it to make more gold, basically. Well, to be honest, if you've got the knowledge and the gold, all professional setups are easy to reach like I do. Set up anything and aim from the 10 Yeah, but you can make gold off anything. You just need to be quick to get there and to corner the market. Right. If you withdraw, go 7.5. Oh. Right, that's fine. So he's back up to gold cap for now. Give you the Warband Bank back. When you have more than 10k potions in stock, would you worry about other crafters being more efficient over time and the cost price going down? Yeah, the only reason I had so many in stock was because I knew the raid was releasing and I wasn't expecting to get banned. Normally, I wouldn't carry that much stock at once, and I was concerned that the prices have really come down today. Like the 4 days I was banned, the price didn't really come down that much, but today it has really dropped. So that's so I just want to get rid of them, and then I can reevaluate what the crafting cost and stuff is like then. But I don't normally. I would normally just fill the Warband Bank, and that would be my limit, and I won't go any further from there. I must have crafted like 50 PvP jewelry items today, and it's not efficient but fun to save massive blocks. Great crafting for people, and then getting making loads of gold off the resourceman's proc, yeah. Always so paranoid I've got the wrong tool on. Right, so I want to craft some of these healing potions. Files at 365. Is that? Can't remember if that's expensive or not. No, that's actually cheap. 380 this morning. We're going to buy like 25,000 of that. That's going to be at like 43. Right, so if I want to make... Right, when do these files start getting expensive? Say by 10,000. Yeah, I don't really want to buy more than 10,000. So if I buy like... $2,000 of that. Maybe 11,000 of that. That should do. So for the alchemy build, because I've got about 5 questions in chat already. 30 in potent, 25 in bulk, and that's where I've put my other points so far. So what I've got is I can make 2. So I can make 4. So I can get away with using 1 rank 2 herb here and still making guaranteed rank 3s. What was my Jedi's name on Eclipse? It was called Eowyn. Very original. Wasn't into Lord of the Rings at all then, was I? Do you pay for sub or no? No, I don't pay for everything's from gold. How do you make gold when behind a couple of months into an expansion? It's very difficult. Very difficult. But there is the, like I said, there is the concentration builds that makes it very casual friendly for making gold. Yeah, I got renown band. I didn't buy anything from the vendor, but I still got renown band. But you know, it is what it is. So I got renown band from having when the expansion started and I was leveling up and I had crafters in town. And apparently the bug was if you had multiple characters logged in, then you get extra rep. But as you guys can see, I have multiple characters logged in all the time. So I got extra rep. Went up to, I think, 16. And Blizzard didn't like it. So yeah, I got a 4-day ban. And missed raid release last week. Which was fun. But it gave me time to make some more videos. You wouldn't have probably got concentration videos if I didn't get banned, so... Do you think the potions will skyrocket up to where it was during the raid release next week when Mythic Plus releases? It could happen, but I never rely on prices going up because if they do, it doesn't go up huge amounts.
Oh, that's robotic shit.
I was nervous about getting hacked with 39 million gold. Can't imagine how you do if your account gets stolen. I think I would I don't know what I would do with them. Can you tell how much of a difference between rank 4 and rank 5 tools secondary staff? Just if you go on the order screen, do you know on the work order screen, you can request rank 5 and it'll tell you the stats of a rank 5. If you only focus on one toon with one profession, what's your choice for long term to the end of expansion? Enchanting's normally the one I make the most gold from, but it is a very short-lived. It's a very short-lived gold-making profession in the expansion. Alchemy is probably the best one, sort of at the moment, but I've got a feeling this inscription is going to be the best one long term. I've just got a feeling. It's done so well already, and it's continuing to do well. The profit margins are coming down. It's definitely not what I would have picked at the start of the expansion. I only picked it up because of the challenge I did, and now it's just continuously crafting all the time. Oh look, we've got a mine. Oh come on, I'm messing around with that. Is buying 3-star flasks better than crafting them? I feel like prospecting, you get no glass from it. I swear the glass from prospecting's been nerfed. Like mine, I did some prospecting this morning and compared it to my numbers last week, and the difference was massive. And the amount of gems I got seemed to have been buffed up hugely. So that's why I think the gem prices have just gone, like, they've just absolutely tanked. Yeah, I would rather craft the bars myself. I just haven't set up another character yet to do it. And I think I probably just won't bother and just let my prospector do it. It'll just take me longer for it to get set up. My prospector's capped on prospecting now. He just needs to move further up the tree to do it. Do you sell gold for money? Absolutely not. Why would you risk the ridiculous amounts of gold I've got to make a small amount of money to sell a small amount of gold? It's just not worth it. What is gold for overall? Just like hobby back. Gold to me is like Mythic Plus score to a lot of other people. It's just a number you want to get bigger. And you just enjoy the process of doing it, so. I want to start a character with alchemy. Could you give me some advice? You're going to spend a lot of gold to get leveled up. And if you're going to try crafting anything, you're not going to make any gold from it, probably. I've never dabbled with crafting profs. I've just always had a few gathering toons. What professions do you recommend that don't require a big gold sink and will be solid through the expansion? So I've said it a few times today that if you try getting into crafting professions now, you're not going to make gold. You're just going to lose it, basically. Because even the people that have done really a lot of work into their crafting professions are struggling to make gold. But the concentration builds are just sort of a nice, slow, regular source of gold. And don't take much effort to set up. Fairly low capital, sort of like 25, 30k gold per profession. Those are quite good. The last 2 videos I put on the channel, especially the dual crafting one, I think a good place to look at in particular. Oh, I think he's streaming an old stream, is he? Do you use any finishing regions? No, but I should play about with it a bit more, really. Because I'm always crafting at a profit, I've never really had to look into it. You just tidy up. The whole shuffle thing nerf is so dumb. Like, I kind of understand, but the extra 150Q to take my cup up to all your first crafts. Yeah. But and then they nerfed that and they didn't really change it anyway. Because the problem is every time Blizzard try and change something, we find another way around it. Who's put tempered pots down to 125 gold?
Idiots.
Oh, we're up to 3 million gold an hour now anyway, guys. Let's all. Well, if it's not an old stream, we definitely ain't paying attention to his chat. Well, it's just going on and on and on. There is 350 of you in here. How much gold do you have in total right now? About 1.1 bill. Nice to see you streaming again. We're streaming last week as well, you know. You can sell from a small account. Yeah, but I'm not really that bothered about selling gold anyway. Concentration build, can you explain? So you have this, which is concentration, which you can use to bump up what you craft. Okay? And you have this 1000 concentration. It's a limited resource that you get 10 of back an hour. So what you can do is you can set up a really basic, cheap-ass crafter who can craft at rank 2 using cheap materials, and then you use its concentration to craft at rank 3. And it's a really cheap way of making expensive things. Now, we can only create like a couple of items sort of every 3 or 4 days, but you're producing it so cheaply, you can get some decent profit from it. So you might make 20,000 gold a week, 70, 80,000 gold a month from a character you set up with a profession like this. And it's quite easy, cheap, and quick to set up. But you're never going to be like these characters where you're constantly crafting or anything like that. It's just every 3 or 4 days, you're just going to come in, use that concentration, make some gold from it, sell what you make, and then you're not going to use that profession again for another 3 or 4 days, basically. Hey, Mr. K-Chat, did you lose any renown levels after the ban? No. And it very much surprised me. I've been making bank with dual crafting regions and wanted to diversify. Which profession would you recommend? If you've not started the profession already, then you're just going to lose gold by trying to compete with those that are well ahead of you already. If you do want to try to set something up, like I said, just go with the concentrations. That's the only thing you can set up at the moment that you're probably going to make gold from, because you're just so far behind now. There's like all my crafters, besides the alchemist, all this is like it's got everything. So you need to get to everything just to have the same crafting costs as me. Sad I missed the crafting ship already. First time I was interested and really wanted to be able to faction change my toons to Alliance. Guess I'll wait 2 years for new expansion. But, I mean, if you want to go into a crafting profession and do everything and set it all up and things like that, then you will get to a point eventually where your crafting costs is the same as those that were ahead of you, because there's only so many places you can put points. But the problem is when you get there, there'll be so many other people there, you'll just be a cancel scanning nightmare, and the profit margins will be for nothing, basically. Oh my god, all the marbled stone gone crazy. Yeah, the stone in the glass has gone crazy because I swear the drop rates from prospecting has just gone so low. Is that a cat on the couch? Yes, that is one of the cats on the couch. How can you make many healing pots at max rank without concentration? All you need to make these at rank 3 is this maxed. You don't need this maxed, but it's going to make it cheaper. This maxed. And normally you'll need this maxed as well. So you need that 40, that 50, so that's 90, 120 points you need in total. But realistically, to make them profitable, you need that as well. Did Blizzard apologise for banning you? No, they sent me, when I appealed, they sent me a response that looked like it'd been wrote by AI. Do you think racials matter like Goblin for Alchemy? It does make a difference. So you've seen here, you should need that extra bit to be able to craft these. Really. And then because you've got those 5 extra points, it means that sometimes you can drop down in your material costs. So you can use some rank 2s instead of using rank 3s like I'm doing with the herbs here. So it does make a difference, but I don't think it's the thing that's going to make you millions and millions of gold difference. The biggest difference it probably made was right at the start of the expansion, when everyone was really rushing to be the first to craft rank 3 stuff, because having that +5 was the difference between you needing 2 and 3 profession tools to craft stuff. And that's the difference of needing 300 extra artisans acuity, so it was much faster to initially unlock stuff. I've been getting 200k today from cooking making portion steak. Shh, can I delete that? Can I delete that comment? No. Shh. Don't tell them all. There is a region which increases multi-craft. Why don't you use it? I think it's crafted by Taylor and Channel. I don't remember. There is, but when my crafting costs are for stuff that's so low, I mean, how much does that cost? But for something that's high value, 100% it's worth doing. But when something's costing you like 100 gold to craft, is it worth adding? Is it worth spending more gold just to get it? Is it possible to be profitable with flasks? I can't personally. Have you got bulk production unlocked? Is it worth going for alloys for blacksmithing? If you're already set up, then you might be able to make some gold from it. But if you're not, to a situation where you're almost, if you can't already craft rank 3s, then you're going to struggle because everyone's not only crafting rank 3s, they've also got loads of points into Ever-Burning Forge now, which makes it so their crafting cost is just so low. It's just such a competitive market, the alloys, because it was just something that everyone was going for. My prospector is hustling the market right now because of the stone and glass price. I just stopped prospecting this morning because I just saw the gem prices they were just going off a cliff. And I thought I don't want to keep doing this because I don't know where this is going to end up. Where are they now? What's gems come under? Oh, I don't know. Oh, it's stayed about 70. But these were at 100 the other day. And they were just dropping so fast. Interesting. I didn't also lose my renown level after the ban. I don't understand. Yeah, I don't understand everything that happened. But it's fine. I'm not using anything from the reputation anyway. So my jewel crafter crafts rings and necks with resourcefulness tool for saving bloodstone, ingenuity tool for tool crafts, and my tailor has an ingenuity tool with ingenuity for spell thread concentration build. Good. I would probably have gone with multi-craft on the spell threads because generally speaking, if multi-craft works for something, it's the best thing to use because it's the amount of value you get from a multi-craft proc is just ridiculous. We've got some pots, yeah. But the rest of it sounds good. But yeah, generally speaking, multi-craft is always king. The more I'm learning here, the more it sounds like my best bet to make gold is to push Mythic Plus again and make a sale and crew. Breaking into the market without any gold to start sounds impossible. The thing is, even if you have got gold now, even if I try to set up a new crafter, I can have all the gold in the world, but you just can't compete with the amount of stuff you've missed already, the amount of weekly quests, the amount of knowledge you've missed from doing everything. It's just impossible to compete. Since the new profession system came in Dragonflight, how competitive professions has got is just ridiculous. It's just crazy. I maxed flask build, but it's mostly based on concentration, otherwise hard to get rank 3 flasks. Yeah, but you can make good gold from making rank 3 flasks from concentration. How much KP should we be getting from patron orders a week? It just seems so RNG. Honestly, I've had 10 some weeks and then I've had 2 to 4 other weeks. It's ridiculous. Are you making profit from milling prospecting? The milling is profitable. I know Craftsman says it's not, but it is. When I tried looking at them, it seemed it was a loss break even. Do you have all the resourcefulness for the milling? Do you have a resourcefulness tool? I mean, this doesn't really matter. This one does matter for the resourcefulness. And then obviously you need all the resourcefulness from there and all the resourcefulness from there. You don't need this because this is multi-craft, so you don't need that for milling. Any spreadsheet. My spreadsheet is ugly. So that's basically what my spreadsheets look like. Yeah, they're not as pretty as everybody else's, I'm afraid. But I don't usually show them off, that's why. What stats on equipment would you go for when doing alchemy? Assuming you mean crafting potions and flasks, you have to have a multi-craft. You have to have a multi-craft tool with a resourcefulness enchant. Assuming you're crafting pots and flasks. Why is there no multi-crafting tool for cooking? When I set up my cook the other day, I did that. I bought a missive for multi-craft, assuming that you could do it. Yeah, that confused me as well. top right screen, is that you just posting auctions? Yeah, it's basically just me posting stuff in the auction house and cancelling and getting sales. We're at 3.2 million gold an hour now, guys. Getting there. $3.2. I'll take that and keep that up for a few hours. Why does that keep coming up? I'm trying to understand my alchemy up, but I don't understand how you're getting 3-star flasks. How can you do blue? How do you have blue gear for alchemy? I can't find anyone to make it for me. If you can't find it on your server, get someone on a different server to make it for you. Because you can use you can invite them to a guild or get them to invite you to their guild, and just a second, guys. Technical issue. Yeah, you can do crafting orders cross realm if you use a guild. So because you've got cross realm guilds, they can invite you to a guild. You can invite them to a guild, and then they can put it in as a guild crafting order, and then you can get it made cross realm like that. What do you think about blasphemite prices next week? They're not going anywhere. They're not going up, at least, anyway. It's just too easy to mass produce blasphemites. So the potion build, that's basically, we've maxed out that tree completely. We maxed out this first. Then we basically maxed this out because this allows us to craft the healing potions. And then we put some points in here to make the tempered ones a bit cheaper. Mostly aiming to get to this one here, the one with multi-craft on it. The rest of it's nice, but it's mostly the multi-craft we want. You don't think someone could find a rank 2 market to sit into right now if they started this week? So, I mean, it's possible, but the problem is, because I have so much plus skill on here, I have bulk production, which is increasing my multi-craft and resourcefulness a lot. And then I have so much plus skill that I'm crafting like the tempered potions with rank 1 materials almost completely. So it's very hard to compete with that. Look, I've got 24% multi-craft. Very hard to compete with. I tried phrasing this question a couple of times and do not mean it in a demeaning way of any sort. Do you only play WoW to make gold? I used to raid, I used to Mythic Plus, I used to do everything. But while you're a content creator and working full time and making gold, you just don't have time to do the raiding and stuff anymore. You have to make choices. Do I quit making content, or do I quit making gold? Or do I quit Mythic Plus and raiding? And I'm not very good at Mythic Plus and raiding, but I am good at making gold, so just carried on doing that. Managed to craft a second of a profession tool and wasted 300 artisans. Oh, that is terrible. Are you making good profit from the tempered potion crafting? I don't know what my crafting cost is at the moment. But when I crafted all these last week, it was about 110. And we're only selling like 130 now. The market's just taken absolute nosedive today. I think there's only 5,000 of these. I might even stop posting them for a bit. but the price isn't going to go above 136 because there's a huge wall there. So even if I stop posting, it's not like it's going to go all the way back up to 150 or anything, because you've got 50 people selling at 136. Do you craft profession tools? No, I don't craft mine. I just get somebody else to do it. I'd love to do this, but always worried I'd spend my gold and lose out on poof. There goes my... Yeah, well, that's the problem with professions, and that's what's happening to a lot of people. They're putting the gold in, trying to set it up, and it's not working out, unfortunately. Can I salvage spending 90 points in Formology? Sorry, rip. I guess alchemy and enchanting are the ones that need way more knowledge points. Can't recall anyone else that can't cap in 1 week. Enchanting was really easy to cap. I was crafting rank 3 enchants like just over 24 hours, well, 36 hours probably. Saturday morning, I was crafting, after release, I was crafting rank 3 enchants without concentration. It was very easy. Tailor and build. I can't show you tailor and build at the moment because I've not got that account logged in, I'm afraid. It'll probably be back later, no doubt. Bright polished cloth is the region currently is 18G a piece. The 12% increase in multicraft is still not worth it. We'll have to give it a go in a minute, won't we? You're probably right, actually, if it's that cheap. Oh, yeah, you just mean for the basic one. God, there's not many of them, though, is there? The problem is, there's just not enough of these. Like, I could buy, literally... It might only be 18G there, but I need thousands of these for what I'm crafting. But... Oh, that's for dual crafting. Usable with dual crafting recipes. But you are right, there'll be one for almost every other profession as well. Is an account that posts and cancels a must to be competitive selling regions? I mean, it depends what's if by regions you mean like ore and herbs and stuff like that, then not really, because it's always going to sell. If you mean you want to sell potions and stuff like that, then you probably need somebody to be constantly cancel scanning or constantly posting or something like that if you want to sell in any sort of quantity. Although, to be fair, most people don't need to be making like 3.4 mil an hour. But it doesn't necessarily mean you need a second account for it, because if you're not doing anything on your first account, you can just use your first account for it. But it means you can't play, obviously. Right. Is engineering a good apart from the strange 3 million? I mean, I've not heard people doing. I've heard the odd person doing really well with the parts from engineering, but no, mostly it's just another one that's very expensive to set up. and not doing fantastically well at the moment, unfortunately. Yeah. Show the inscription build. That's the inscription build, just to make everything as cheap as possible. Basically, I've got other stuff there as well, but that's not important. This is just making everything super cheap to craft. So your 0 to gold cap video, absolutely loved it. Would love to see one on the EU next time possible. Next expansion. Most of the stuff that I've done has been EU side in the past. I've only really seriously come over to American servers probably like a year ago. Yeah, lost about 200k gold setting up professions and made a lot of wrong choices. Yeah. But it might not even be wrong choices. It might just be that people were just so much faster and willing to spend so much more gold to set up faster. Yeah, but I mean, max cap, we couldn't cap resources and shatter in 1 week. We could just reach, yeah, obviously we can't completely cap everything out straight away, but you can be crafting them straight away. Oh, you've another look at the potions one. Didn't we set a limit last time every 30 minutes to look at the alchemy build? So that's just making everything as cheap as possible with the bulk production. 50 points in there, and that's so we can make these healing pots at rank 3. That's not really helping here, but that's helping with the tempered potions at least anyway. But that's the main part of it.
People online. So many people online.
Alchemy is the one that crafts for alchemy petal or something. Oh yeah, it is, isn't it? I know what you mean now, actually. Yeah, it's that one, isn't it? You see that's going to massively increase. So if you crafting like rank 3 flasks or something like that, then that might be worth it. But that's higher crafting cost than a lot of the stuff I'm crafting. Maybe not when you take into account. Actually, yeah, when you take into account the vials on this one in particular. I'm curious then. Let's tell you what. Let's. Oh god, that's a nice profit for concentration. No, it's not worth it on there. Not for a rank 3 one anyway. If we made a... Let's make a cheaper one. Oh, they craft it at profit anyway. Should be crafting these instead. Better profit margins than the... one we can do with what. Yeah, it's better crafting without. But on the more expensive stuff, it's definitely worth using it on. According to CraftSim anyway. Feel like copying builds from you as a death sentence, no chance of completing the same mark as you. The thing is, copying builds from anybody is not great because they're already ahead of you. Unless you've got masses of like stockpiled knowledge or anything like that. What add-on do you use for buying many items from the vendor? It's called, I think it's called Buy 'em All. Yeah, Buy 'em All add-on. Out of EU and US, which market do you think is more competitive? EU, I would probably say slightly more competitive. But generally speaking, prices on the EU are lower.
Oh,
But there tends to be less stock of stuff generally. What about inscription tools? Notice that you're using two different main tools. Can you show? So that's multicraft one. So whenever multicraft works, you're best off using it. So I use that for inks and ciphers because multicraft works for those. But when I'm milling, I will switch over to the resourcefulness one, which is resourcefulness with a resourcefulness enchant on it because you don't get any benefit from multicraft with milling. So you need to get that resourcefulness instead. What's the best place to farm knowledge point weekly from treasures? I keep opening up a lot of random treasures, but no luck. I do mine in Ringing Deeps, but I think probably the better place of doing it is around the event in just a sec. I don't even know the zone names because I never even leave the city, barely. The event thing down here. There's you get loads and loads of those dirt pile things down there, and that's probably the quickest way of doing it. But you get mobs there, which is why I like to do Ringing Deeps. It's slow. It's you don't get in combat when you do Ringing Deeps. So yeah, I went for flasks, and with 3 blue equipments, Craft Sim is showing I'm looking at about minus 11% loss for flasks. Is that with bulk production as well? Don't I have to just make a list of the prices with? Yeah, formology things just really. You need a nice spreadsheet for doing all that. It's not a simple setup, so you need to nick a proper spreadsheet from somebody. I think it's something that's will make gold long term though, but I just don't think it's great at the moment. What are we at? 3.6. Can you still make rank 3 healing potions with a split of rank 2? Yeah, but not a very good split at the moment. So I've only got one rank 2 herb, but if I put the other 4 points in here, I can do it with 50-50 between rank 2 and rank 3. And that's because of the stupid goblin ratio being overpowered, basically. But with this, I mean, there is a price difference, but it's not a massive price difference like with the other herbs. The other herbs, the price difference is ridiculous. I feel like I'm a complete brainlet when it comes to making gold and rework professions in WoW. Yeah, well, if you struggle, just stick to concentration or stick to mining and herbing then. Do you regret not buying Authority Adepts? People made a lot of money, actually broke even in the first night. The thing is, once one other person gets it, the value loses it's a big risk. It's a big risk, basically. Because everybody knew about it. Everybody knew they dropped. So you knew more of these were going to come into the market. So for the amount of gold you had to spend to get it, it was a big risk. And people may have well, I'm sure people probably did break even or even make profit straight away. I know what it's like. I've had occasions where I've been the only one that can sell something on a region-wide auction house plenty of times. It's crazy, especially when it's a Abyss weapon enchant. But yeah, I won't willing to take risk on it. Bro, are you actually billionaire in WoW? Yes. Can you share your calculate your crafting cost in multi-crafting resource fund? All my stuff is done basically by doing many thousands of crafts, prospects, and things like that, and taking the numbers from there. But most people are probably just better off using CraftSim because you're going to do better off with that. For Alchemy currently, has it been calculated to be better to your resourcefulness or multi-craft on your tool? Assuming you're crafting potions or flasks, multi-craft is better. If multi-craft works, it's always better, as far as I'm aware. Will you make money back from buying mining and herbing tools? No, that's just going to be a complete loss because I'll never farm enough to do it. My guy's not even moved in like 2 hours, has he? Oh, there's a mine there. We just want that last one for the week, don't we? Come on, where's that last one? Let's get it done because then it's done in it once it's done. Bothered with the herbs. I just want that last treasure thing for the week. Yeah. You dare be a dynamite thing. Of course it's a dynamite thing. What are your profit margin limits that you won't go below? Once it gets to a point where you're getting sort of less than 30, 40k gold an hour, it's not even worth having the character running then. For me anyway. Like, and once all my crafters get below that level, like once I'm getting less than like, 150k an hour or something like that, it's just not worth it anymore probably. And that's when I go back to listing my normal auctions and things like that. I do still have that to get, don't I? Yeah, it's taking forever to drop. Is it possible to craft rank 3 gems without concentration? It is, but you need to be well set up. And the concentration alts can do it a lot cheaper than you can. Yeah. There's so many herbs, but no mining. Is there an add-on that shows the value of certain items in my bags, for example, to add up mats from prospecting the box window or something like that? I'm not 100% sure, to be honest. There must be something like that, but it'll be based on sort of based on like TSM numbers or something like that. I mean, I've seen add-ons that add up the value of everything in your bags, but I don't know if you could specify it to do it for certain, just what you've just prospected or anything like that. Come on, let's get this mining finished for the week. Nope, not having that. Why is the mobs everywhere around here? Always. When people say goblin hidden racial, do they mean 5 alchemy skill points, or is there more to it because it's not hidden? What the fuck is going on? It makes a big difference. It doesn't. It makes a big enough difference to your crafting costs that it's worth having if you're going to be doing it a lot. And that's the same with all the racials, really. But alchemy in particular, because it's the profession everybody likes to do. Oh, finally, we got it. It's 375k gold an hour, a good farm. That's an insane farm. If you've got that, just keep it going. Just do it all day and never have to farm again. I've not done that this week either. That's done. Is there an auction house spot that auto buys and is it legal? 100% if there is one, it's not legal. Of course, I'm 1 point short. I don't know which one to go for. What do we seem to be getting the most of around here? Oh, I don't know. Think about that. Get off him. Actually, we'll take him home. I made a few knowledge point missteps initially on my two main characters. I'm heavily debating on making a fresh character just to do purely focused profession build with no KP misallocation. But the thing is, sooner or later, like if you start a new character, you're going to be behind on the KP anyway. If you start a new character, and like sooner or later, you're going to fill everything up anyway, aren't you? So, assuming you keep at it, right? You can go off. I've been botting for ages. Well, if you're doing something that's automating something in the game like that, then yeah, I'm pretty sure Blizzard will ban you. If they ban you if they accidentally give you reputation, and I'm sure they'll ban you for auto buying stuff. Currently sitting just shy of 1 mil gold across all my characters, so I can fund it decently well. Well, I mean, if you want to go for it, go for it. But like, it's just so hard to make your gold back at the moment with how the economy is. Is an auto clicker that spams a button when I keep it pressed to disenchant bannable? I imagine it probably is, yeah. Well, you can literally just keybind it to one thing anyway and just do it while you're watching Netflix or YouTube or streams or whatever, can't you? Keep running out of potions and not restocking. Do you know any auction house add-ons so I can set a rule where it only buys an item at a certain value? Well, you can scan it at that, but you're talking about auto buying. What do you do for a living, if I don't mind asking? I am a nurse. I do not do this for a living. My farm is buying pebbles and glass off the dual crafting NPC every 10 minutes. I love it. They keep doing. If the prices keep going up like they're doing, then that's. I think I should do it on like 8 accounts. Our tempered potion price is sneaking back up again. Did you cancel the membership thing? I got subscription cancelled somehow. I don't know. What's? Let me have a look. YouTube does weird stuff at times. I can't see anything on there at the moment. I'll have to have a look at it later on. Give me some spare gold. This tier is expensive. It's expensive for me too, you know. Kay here is the only actual gold making content creator. Just clickbaits that can't even make 10 mil a day. Please do not share. His channel's videos tend to kill up our confidence. A nurse badass. We need more nurses. But yes, we do. Did you buy every single item in the WoW shop? No, because there's not actually a lot that I want there. What stats do you want on gathering tools? I go with perception on mining and finesse on herbalism, but that doesn't mean they're right. Just what I prefer, personally. Yeah, I didn't cancel it. They just mailed me saying it would be refunded for it. I don't know. Well, when it comes to YouTube and money, they are just really funny at times and stuff. They can change policies and stuff all the time. I can't see anything different in the setup, so I don't know what's I don't know what's happened there. Are crafting TSM prices for items just inherently unstable right now because of the market fluctuation? I think it's okay now. It's everything's settled down now. It's just at the start of expansion, those first sort of 3 or 4 days, it's crazy. It's all over the place. Prospecting with rank 3 Acherite. I weren't even brave enough to try it. Not even brave enough to try it, right. Up to nearly 3.6. I was hoping to hit 4 mil today, like yesterday. Right, sorry guys, where did I get to? How much you lose to cancel auction house? Because sometimes I feel like losing gold when not selling and competing with gold. But I mean, this is the reality. Depending what if you're selling herbs and ore and stuff, then you can list it and you don't have to worry about it. But if you're selling other stuff, unfortunately, you need to cancel scan because it's the only way it'll sell. I think I did not get banned from the rep book because I reported as soon as possible. Yeah, it's exactly what I should have done. Even though I knew I weren't going to buy anything from the rep vendor and stuff like that, I should have just reported it straight away. But it happens. Gave me time to make the concentration videos anyway, didn't it? So, and a lot of people seem to have enjoyed those and found them helpful. So, this channel is gold, really good info, and yeah, not the usual YouTube slop, just good stuff, man. Well, thank you. As long as you find it helpful. Also, does race map for gathering? I like high mountain Tauren. But once again, it's these little things. For gathering, it's nowhere near as beneficial as it is for crafting. It's nice to get a little bit more skill, but I just like the extra gathering speed. But it has nowhere near as the effect as it does on crafting. What is the macro you use to place more onto the auction house? It's just a TSM macro. How much gold in total? About 1.1 bill. Thank God that it doesn't like to get into hyper undercut markets, otherwise we had to leave the game. To be honest, even I can't undercut that much anymore because the profit margins are getting so thin. Even I struggle with undercutting. You make your gold back on Crush Gems rank 3. Oh yeah, of course you do. I didn't even think about how much more expensive Crush Gems are at rank 3. I might look at that tomorrow. How much is I can craft some more of these. It's a few healing potions crafted up. Are you buying those tier 3 vials or buying off the auction house? I just bought the vials off the auction house. Did you pay for your WoW subscription for the next 15 years? Well, not 15 years. I think I'm about 3 or 4 years ahead on 10 accounts. Well, that's a lot of WoW tokens for 10 accounts. How can you hold 10 times gold cap? Warband only holds 999 million. Warband Bank only holds 99 million. There are some liquid players with 700 million gold. I thought they were mostly poor. Seem to always owe gold out. Or the guild at least anyway, maybe not the individual players. Hey, I just started with profession and chose jewellery to start. What's your advice to make money with it? I'm kind of lost. If you're crafting jewellery, then you're basically spamming in trade chat, hoping to get a work order. Assuming that you can craft the epic stuff. Thank God I'm prospecting in the EU. Are these spools profitable? They are. I mean, they are for me. Got rank 5 resourcefulness tool with resourcefulness. Got the resourcefulness points allocated and crafting at rank 3. And generally make okay profit margins. They just take a long time to sell. Can you show your cooking character? Cooking's top secret, I told you. Do I want ingenuity for concentration crafts? It depends what it is. If multi-craft works, then you want to use multi-craft. So if it's like the gem build or the spell thread builds and stuff like that, then you want multicraft, because a multicraft proc will significantly increase the amount of gold you get. But if multicraft doesn't work, then I would probably go with ingenuity then, yes. Getting work orders is too much work, and it won't send the personal way too much effort. Yeah, well, this is why I don't like the work order system, myself, and wouldn't use it to make gold. It's just so much effort. But some people make a lot of gold off it over a long period of time as well. I fully committed to the gem cutting path and wanted to spam masterful sapphires, and that's not the way, I guess. Can I somehow refund my KP and choose a different path? No, you can't refund KP. Is there an add-on auto chance? Everyone wants to get banned tonight, don't they? Looking for the best way to get banned. And I fully committed to. Hey mate, what's your PC spec? My PC is a potato. It is crap. Okay, Jack, I just started a second account. Is there a way to share the TSM auction information between the two, or do I need to have each do an auction house scan? You should just be able to copy and paste everything across. Like if you mean the actual stuff from TSM, then you should just be able to click on the group, export, and copy and paste it into the other one. Copy it, and then on the other one, you just import it. I'm sure there's probably a better way of doing it, but like I said, I'm a complete noob when it comes to TSM. Well, that should move most of the information across. Is it true that you get less pigments from going from rank 1 to rank 2 pigments? I think some people have had issues when they've used rank 1 materials to make rank 2 pigments. But I've never needed rank 2 pigments. I know a way that could give you more knowledge points, but can't tell you it's a good way to get banned. Yeah, I think we all know a way to get more knowledge points. But I've not spoken. I know people that have done it, and they've not got banned for it. So, which is obviously it's a little bit frustrating if you're trying to do things genuinely, but. But yeah, so certain people don't have limits on the amount of knowledge that they can get every week, should we say. Do you have a recent video for setting up TSN groups? Been looking into the add-on, seems very confused. No, I don't, but I don't do TSN videos because I'm not very good with TSN. I haven't, like, my setup's worse than the basic setup, I think. But if like I always say, Samadan, Hazel, they've got videos on setting up TSM. Good videos. No, because if you're using a macro to disenchant, then that's just using a macro, and you're just you're physically pressing a key to do the disenchant. So then you're fine. It's when people are using auto clickers and things like that that you start, putting yourself in a situation that you probably don't want to put yourself into. I'm thinking of starting another account for inscription or enchanting for minor warriors and powders. Which would you go for if we play in the same region? Are the minor royals profitable? Like, I mean, I don't know how they're making those profitable. Like, it's 375 gold for a rank 3 Storm Dust. That's 399. So what's the ley line residue costing? You're going to use about 2 of those per thing. There's no profit margin. Your profit margin is your multi-craft procs, basically. Which I suppose isn't bad. And this is BIS for quite a few people. I suppose you can make some gold from it, but it just depends by the time you get there crafting those at rank 3, are they still going to be worth doing? What do you need? You need 70 knowledge points at least. The item I'm making has 100% multi-craft. I know it has to be a bug. Well, be careful with your account. Do you know what the shimmering dust that gives KP that you get from disenchantments sometimes is? I have got it on some characters, but not enough. People were assuming this was some sort of catch-up knowledge, but when I went onto my EU account this week, obviously I've not been on my EU account since War had been released, and I tried to get some of this and I couldn't. So I don't understand because it's not something you're getting when you're behind, because my EU account's weeks behind and it wasn't getting any. And I disenchanted well past where I should have been getting it. So I don't know. I don't know where it's coming from. It just, like you said, it seems almost random. You can save your finger by posting. Yeah, I know I can post with mouse scroll. I prefer to do it with my finger because I get like carpal tunnel and stuff in my right hand otherwise. I just find it miles easier to post pressing. Can you explain how you sell mass crafted thousands of items? It feels like it's difficult to sell 10k of an item. You literally have an auction house character continuously. This is the only way you can do it. So I'm putting, each time I do this, I'm putting fairly small amounts onto the auction house. But it adds up. It all adds up over time. And that's the only way you can sell massive quantities of stuff that's crafted, just to be continuously posting it. Barely getting any gemstone from rank 3. Right, what, as in crushed gemstones? Oh, you got a maxed out, you maxed out prospector as well. There was a blue post about it. It's because they accidentally gave KP during the beta for enchanting, so everyone else got it once to catch up. But if that's the case, I don't understand why I didn't get it on the EU then. Because my EU accounts, I've not done anything on it, so it should have got it. Do you feel like there should be some profession catch up? It's kind of ridiculous. Some players get a massive advantage. I'm fine with an advantage, but like at some point, one should compete. Yeah, I mean, you'd have thought that they would have just given everyone loads of extra patron orders with knowledge on. Like, your patron orders with knowledge just build up over time, or they don't expire, or something like that. Because yeah, because you miss a week for whatever reason, and you can never get that week back. What's the best two auction house professions? You mean for like making gold? Do you have auction house mount? Yeah, I have auction house mount on both the EU and the US. They said you have to get the weekly KP first, then you get the catch up one. You probably stop. No, I was intentionally testing it because I wanted to see if because I thought it was catch up as well. So I went once I'd done the epic one, I carried on disenchanting. I must have disenchanted like another 30, 40 items or something. I didn't get anything. It was weird because I like you said, I assumed it was catch up. Or if Blizzard have said it's catch up, it is catch up. I must have just been very unlucky. Just logged in on the wrong character, haven't I? I guess it's still worth buying an anonymous account to do the exploit on if you want to hit and run. The thing is, if you're doing your count independent from your account, then you can't use gold or anything to buy it. You have to do it with like a credit card or whatever, and then it's costing you gold to get in. It's not costing you real life money to get an advantage in WoW. Is it really worth it? Get to the point where you're buying knowledge points with your credit card, then at that point you may as well just buy tokens with your credit card. What do you think is the best professions for a beginner to just make gold without gathering professions? I think the concentration builds are the best way for most players to make gold from the professions. So the last two videos I put on the channel, the tailoring one, but in particular the dual crafting one that I released yesterday, is the best sort of thing that most people should be doing just to make a little bit of sort of passive, casual gold, easy to set up, and to be in profit very quickly. If you start halfway through an expansion, then it's pointless to level a profession. If you're looking to make gold, then yeah, it's pointless to level. If that's all you're thinking about. I would even say even just a few weeks into an expansion, it's very difficult. Just started playing WoW, have 100k. Any easy way to make some money by investing in auction house? Never invest. Most people it's like in real life. Like, we're not short selling and stuff like that. Just set up some concentration characters with the 100k and have a nice, boring, sustained income over a long period of time. Don't go for like quick flips and stuff like that because you just end up losing all your gold. I've done so much cooking today, my eyes are going to bleed. What, in the game or in real life? There are so many cooler things you could buy with a credit card. What, than 10 knowledge points per character service? I've got inscription maxed with 3 blue tools, rank 3, but the margins are ridiculously small. Crafting inks. What to do? Do you have everything else maxed out? Like, I know you can craft the rank 3 inks, but have you got all this maxed out as well? Because the more of this you're maxing out, especially these two on the inks, it's going to make a massive difference to your crafting costs. Do you think gifting account will get you in trouble? Well, thing is it worth it? Is it really worth it? Like risking your account, paying your money, 100 KP for example. That's going to take a lot of effort, and it would look very blatant. You might be able to get away with doing it once and making it look accidental. And some people have on stream. Knowledge points with credit card. Is it legal in WoW? Does they ban? I'm sure it'll get looked at eventually. He's not crafting very fast anymore, is he? Inscription rank 3 is controlled by a couple of multi-accounters printing all Regents missives 24/7 for 100 gold profit. Very steep end, so all items along the way give no profit. Force days they were banned while they were banned really prove it, then the prices tanked again when they returned. Just need to make half gold cap only for the auction house amount on the black market. If it comes that, then I have about 500k and all characters combined. You need gold cap to get the auction house mount. It always goes for gold cap. It will go for gold cap within a couple of minutes of getting put on the auction house. And I know that because when I was trying to get it on the US last year, I missed out a couple of times, and I went there when black market auction house resets, and it just goes within minutes. You need a full gold cap to be able to get the auction house mount nowadays, when it's lucky enough to even be on the auction house. Is there a way to one-click buy items on the auction house like greens to mass disenchant? You can, with TSM, you can skip a lot of it, but it's still a lot of clicking, unfortunately. Right, what did we say about the rank 3 prospecting then? I see you're a married man. How do you manage to keep balance with WoW, the 3Ws, WoW, wife, and work? Well, the wife plays WoW as well, basically. That makes it a lot easier. She's sat next to me at the moment doing a delve or something, I think. Is it a delve?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just for some quests.
Okay, she's doing a delve, guys.
And watching TV.
Yeah. It's easier when your wife plays WoW. Brutus, my only goal, gold. I assume goal in gold making. Just short 78 mil. Longbow was my best move for sure. Yeah, those that bought it for 5 million at a time really did well. It was a jackpot getting that for 5 mil retrospectively. Right, just a second, see if I've got Yeah, you got a max bid on it straight away, basically. Do you gain anything extra from the blue rare tools in cooking? Does the extra skill from tools matter? I think most of the stuff from cooking, the higher your skill is, the more your output is. On top of the extra stats, on top of the extra secondary stats that it's giving you. Oh, you can put 7 million, not 67 million. Well, you're nearly there. I never had more than 1 million. I feel like I'm so far behind the curve now to make serious goal this expansion. The thing is, you can't look at what I've got, like, and compare it to what most other people are doing with gold making. Like, most people won't have a setup like this, will they? Right. Why are you not crafting anymore? I need some spears. Well, he just bought a load of these like an hour ago. It wasn't an hour ago. It was actually 3 hours and 15 minutes ago. But right. Right, just checking tool again. So Karen crafting those at rank 2 then, because everyone's rushing into that rank 1 market now after that video. Is jewelry and shaping any good? Well, this is my jewelry character. This is my jewel crafting character, should I say? Or my main jewel crafting character. So I've not touched any of those. So this is just a maxed out prospector. But I do think that there's probably some money in the vials and stuff like that, but I don't know, it's such an unstable market at the moment now that the drop rates have changed so much, so quickly. What's the rank 3? How much is it costing? It's only 35 gold. Oh no, it's actually like 48. Let's do it. I've got no idea what we're going to get from this. What worst we can do is lose 500,000, isn't it? I'm curious what's... I've not prospected any rank 3 this expansion, so... very curious to see how this comes out. Hopefully not how Chris Crafts him saying it's going to come out. If only I could play the market in WoW like I do in Eve. Trillionaire in Eve, but only 6 million in WoW. Always... the markets and stuff in Eve are really something I've thought about, something I've always wanted to try, because obviously Eve is renowned for it, isn't it? It's just like everything, it's just having time, isn't it? I've turned 30k into 100 mil last expansion, made another 100 mil this expansion. Starting without gold is harder, but not impossible, yeah. You've just got to be in the know. And be dedicated to what you want to do, and you can make as much gold as you like. I'll pay you real money to get me to go Cavendish. What are your thoughts about Gleaming Charge and Stormdust prices? Is it worth keeping them for when Mythic Plus comes out? Anything like that is always pure speculation, because you've got no idea what everybody else is holding on to. Like when we were streaming last week, before the season came out, and I was getting a lot of questions about, should we invest in this? Should we invest in this? And we were looking at some of the previous releases of seasons and things like that. And even though the demand always goes up, like you'd expect when Mythic Plus comes out, demand will go up. But the amounts that people were putting onto the market, the amount on the market would go up like 300, 400, 500% in the space of 24 hours. So sometimes the price was even going down, even though the demand's gone up because of the Mythic Plus release. So it's always a risk, because the question is, how much is everybody else holding on to, and you just don't know the answer to it. But Stormdust, I mean, there is going to be demand for that. You need so much Stormdust for all the enchants this expansion. Like a coaching session. Do you raid or play Mythic Plus? No, not anymore. Used to do it all, but just don't have time, unfortunately. Do you think leatherworking Regent crafting has potential? I think it's a market that's been very saturated. It's like the blacksmithing core alloy market, very saturated. I've been playing this game for almost 15 years and never managed to make some good cash. Not even in Warlord of Draenor. Like, them garrison tables in Warlord of Draenor were just printing gold for everybody. Like, I weren't even a gold maker then, and I got ridiculous. You just log in, wouldn't you? And it would just give you like 10,000 gold for logging in. It was craziness. How's this prospecting going anyway? I'm really curious how this is going to add up value-wise compared to that 400k I've just spent. If you want to max produce anything, what's the lowest percent multi-craft to somehow be fine? It depends on what it is and what profession, because different professions have different multi-craft. So, oh, thank you, Dr. Goss. You want some real life coaching now, don't you? Oh, that's great. Just buy a WoW token, laugh my ass off. Well, that works too. It's not as fun though. Do you ever play the real life market? No. Because I would lose badly. It's not like in WoW, is it? I had 45 mil since WoD and just ran out this expansion. Yeah, WoD. Everyone missing WoD. It was so easy, wasn't it? It was a joke. We took a bit of a step to min-max it though. Check out Craft Sim, Craft Results window. Is that on here? You know I'm no good with this stuff. With Craft Sim. Right. Where's results? Session profit minus 13,000 gold. Well, we've only prospected one load of it, so this is going to be an expensive. Oh, this is from the whole thing, though, isn't? Oh no, because this character's only just logged in, so that should be fine. Um, this is just going to keep going up and up, then, isn't it? Probably. Yeah, it's going up and up. This is going to be end up like minus 200k or something. Oh well, it was worth it for science, wasn't it? How many hours a day do you play? It depends. Like, I've done quite a lot today, but on a weekday, with work and stuff, I barely get to play at all, really. Especially if I'm trying to put a video together or something, then I'll probably barely get on at all. Legion table's pretty good too. Yeah, all the tables to be pretty good, to be honest. You can still make gold off them now because you can get the you can still get the pet charms from them. Buy pets and sell those. Just like you said, it's just free gold. I make more than 10 million a day on alloys and 3 million on leather, but they both have tricks outside the profit min-max itself that makes it very hard, maybe impossible for us to compete. Yeah, you're talking about using the finishing region things, aren't you? The I forget what they're called, the plus skill things. So you can use rank 2 materials to significantly reduce your crafting costs. It's something I've been meaning to do a video on for a while, but there's just so many videos to do and so little time to do it. Didn't even have to log into the game to make. Yeah, you just sat on the toilet and making gold. It's fantastic. Just resell the ore. No, I want to see. Let's see what. Let's see where we can get the total session profit negative to. Do you know if you relearn a profession, you get the KP again, or is there no such thing? If you drop a profession and pick it back up again, you lost your recipes and your profession skill, but your knowledge points stay exactly where they were. So it doesn't give you a reset, unfortunately. Hey, what method of making money would you recommend as a completely new WoW player if I don't want to do mining and herbalism? Right. I'm actually just going to start linking the video, I think. Where's the video? So that's the video released yesterday, and that's probably one of the most basic setups that you can run. That's going to make you gold. That requires not a lot of setup and not a lot of gold. You know, to get it all going, and hopefully it can make you some good gold over the long term. Can you switch specialization if you relearn? You literally, your knowledge tree, if you relearn a profession, will be exactly where you left it. Nothing will have changed. How to get this profit window to show up on CraftSim? It's one of the options at the top here. It's all the different. Yeah, that's the one, isn't it? Get rid of that. So I think we'll end up being at what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's going to end up being about minus 200k, I think. Fun times. Use a tailoring one and it was killer. Working on the dual crafting one now from the last 2 videos. Yeah. Yeah, hopefully it'll work out well for you. It's like some of the comments on the video were like, oh, yeah, 10k gold for using my concentration, but you just got to think about the scalability of it. So you can do that sort of maybe 8 or 9 times a month. So that's 80 or 90k gold a month. And then you can do that on 2 professions per character. You're looking at 160 to 170k gold a month per character. But then if you just set it up on loads and loads of characters, I mean, we've seen some guys in chat that are making literally 500k gold a day from having this set up. And you don't do anything. You just log in and click a couple of buttons and that's it. So the thing is, I'm a completely new player and I love my second character to 80, so no what army for me. I mean, obviously this isn't level 80s, this is level 70 characters, but if you're a new character and you've only got 2 characters, then okay, yeah, that's much more difficult. The thing is, it's hard to, you can't get into being a competitive crafter now. You just lose your gold for doing it. Hey, did the tailoring alt method you mentioned in your video, unfortunately the profit's only about 8. Yeah, some people have said you on US because the spool prices on the US are freaking ridiculous at the moment, but they're going all over the place all the time. For me, it's 3.4 to 3.5 to 4k. Yeah, 100k gold. Yeah, but if you're doing 100, if you're doing 100, this is 100k to set this up, and then you don't have to do anything with it. You just log in the character, press 2 buttons, log out, and that's what you have to do every sort of 4 days on the character to get your 100k a month. To get 100k a month herbing, you've got to go mining and herbing for like 2.5, 3 hours. So it depends. Like you have there's less setup for the mining and herbalism, but it's more work in the long term. Yes, I have 260 level 70 characters. Figure what I can do with concentration. You can do everything with concentration. How do I become a billionaire gold maker? Spending way too much time playing this game. Thanks for the concentration build videos you made today. I think I'll make half a dozen characters for it. Are there any recommendation builds for a variety? I'm looking at an enchanting one as well, but it's just getting the time to make the videos, unfortunately. Oh damn, worth it. 400k for 4 characters, I'd be down. What do you mean? You've got these builds aren't expensive to set up. Like I think in the video in the dual crafting one, I spent 30k to set it up, but then he got like nearly 15k back straight away. So he got half the gold back already. So when I'm talking like 8, 10k profit a time, that's profit every time you use your concentration sort of every 4 days. But like I said, it scales, so the more characters you have with it, the better it gets. Mining when you get 2 null stones from 1 bismuth. Yeah, that's a nice node. What do you think the best professions are for time proof for the old timing concentration? Dual crafting and the dual crafting and tailoring ones I've done, I don't think are the best two concentration builds. But what they are is they are the cheapest and the simplest to set up. So you can get your gold back from them very quickly. So it's very new user friendly sort of thing. Whereas, like, I think alchemy is the best one, but it's just complicated and expensive to set up, and people could lose a lot of gold doing it wrong, which is why I didn't want to do a video for that particular one. I wanted to do the simpler ones. Can you do over what you? Can you go over what I do here, please? Just got here. So this is my auction house character. Just selling stuff on the auction house. And how are we doing at the moment? We are at sitting about 3.3 million gold an hour at the moment. Got two crafters, neither of which are doing anything at the moment. Being very lazy. And then I've got this guy up here who's not doing a lot. Who should be mining and herbing really, but you started with rank 3 enchants, right? Do you not still compete in that market, or why not? No, because enchanting is a market that is very competitive and it gets very cancel scanned very heavily, very quickly. But it's also an extremely profitable market, so I tend to go in. I tend to try and be the first one in the market to be able to craft stuff, which I usually manage to do. I'll make lots of gold while I'm the only one doing it. And then once a lot of other people come along and start making cancel scanning and undercutting and stuff like that, I just get out of the market. Because it just gets too competitive and I'd rather be doing other stuff, basically. Yeah, I got my 2k right now in my bag. I have to wait for this set. The second that they released the patch that changed inspiration to ingenuity, I've told people that goal making is right now in Mock Remix and not in TWD itself. I mean, all those alts that everyone's got, like, it could potentially be huge amounts of gold. So if I have level 70 characters, it works too, since I can use the same thing in multiplayer. Yeah, so you only need level 70 characters to set up concentration builds. You don't need they don't need to be leveled any more than that. That's what most people are doing. They use the level 70 characters and just bring all their alts through and set them up with these concentration builds, just to make them sort of a passive long-term gold source. Do you anticipate plus gem prices will rise soon? TSM kind of does it. It's a bot off though, it's in ledger. Let's have a... It's going to load. Let's see how it's been doing. So we're talking about rank 3s. So what, 344. Price has barely changed, but the supply's gone up. So demand's obviously gone up as well. Because if supply went up, the amount available in the auction house is going through the roof, which doesn't compute with the fact that I'm saying that prospecting saying you hardly get anything from it now. What about lower ranks? Price, I mean, the price looks fairly steady on it. It doesn't look like anything's dramatically changed, besides when obviously people have been buying it up. But like I said, you never know what's going to happen when the raid releases. You could do since release of the War Within, just skinning daily 1 rare, which you could summon, get daily 3 to 10k per day per character without effort. Yeah, but I mean, unless you're using 2 accounts, doesn't you need to be level 80 to kill that thing, or close to level 80? And the price on those have come down a bit as well, haven't they? I think. I can't remember what they're called. The Beast something, aren't they? Sure, it was Beast. They're epic, aren't they? Yeah, there we go. They're down to 3,400 gold now. Although they look consistent. Like the price has come down a little bit, but not that much. But like compared to the skinning dailies in Dragonflight, this is crazy. Obviously, everybody's learned from the last time, and this has just been overfarmed now. Well, I don't know. The price on that looks like it's coming down. It's already quite low. It's probably not worth setting up. But once it's a lower risk than even a concentration build because you're not paying anything, are you, to set it up? Minus 55. To be honest, it's faster to get gold by just boosting Raid and Mythic Plus. I mean, people that are good at Mythic Plus and boosting, then yeah, it probably is better for you to do it and quicker for you to do it than using professions.
That's boring.
I'm over here struggling to buy enchants and this Scrooge McDuck motherfucker is diving in piles of gold. But why are you buying enchants? Just make them yourself. Make the rank freeze yourself. Like you set up a concentration build and you can make everything yourself. Do you have to pay for your wife's sub as she a goblin as well? Now pay for everything. I'm making steaks and it keeps saying requires beef. Anyone know why? So I'll show you when this prospecting's finished. Is it easier and faster to make money tokens on the US rather than the EU? I have that feeling like almost 5 years ago I never made a US account. The prices of stuff on the US side are higher and the token price on the US side is lower. So you do significantly less. If you're a farmer, you do significantly less to get your monthly token on the US side than on the EU side. Took me like 10 minutes on my level 72. Kill it on the first day. Yeah, but on the first day, you bet it was worth like 50k, wasn't it? The Fang, 14 characters of the Fang. Yeah. The thing is, if you can get it to work, then it's not cost you anything to set it up, really, has it? Hey, just learned about the profession shuffle setup. Which one you think would be the best for profiting on Regents? Thinking blacksmithing could do something else. Like, the profession shuffle now is probably getting a bit out of date. Like, it's hard for you to catch up now unless you've got a significant amount of banked knowledge points. Like, you're going to struggle to turn a profit, even if you shuffle now. Last season, we were getting like 300, 400k for a Fire mount boost. Yeah, I mean, it's boring, but if you say it's boring for you, but it pays the bills, doesn't it? So I have a dual craft prospector, glassmaker, and cooker. Trying an enchanter now, but I feel like almost 0 gold so far. Don't understand how to look. I even use multiple spreadsheets, but making 0 gold. Yeah, but that's why I suggest most people just stick with the concentration builds. It's just easy, free, hassle-free gold, basically. That one I've just linked there. That's the dual crafting one. Oh, I just keep running out of this stupid water stuff. If you only get 5k profit daily on each profession, which is a laughable number with all those multi-craft procs, etc., makes 3 million. Yeah, it's just about how it scales, isn't it? It's just the effort of setting it up in advance, and then all that effort to set it up. But then once it's set up, then it's just gold. It's easy gold. Made my first gold cap boosting levels in BFA. Was able to make about 320k an hour. It was fun too. You wouldn't have think it was fun if you was boosting me. I can tell you that. How do you explain the EU market's crashed way more than the US? It's just the supply on the EU market and the competition on the EU market is always higher. So prices in the EU always crash or tend to crash faster than the US most of the time on most things, but it's not. It doesn't always happen. Well, that's why I generally prefer to play on the US side now. Oh, we're finished. Yeah, so if it's not doing your stuff properly, then just resort your bag after you finish doing your meats and stuff, and then just put the next one in for 1,000. Yeah, it's not giving many crushed gems, like somebody said. Do you suggest investing in something at the moment on EU market crash kind of hard? No. Don't invest. It's just gambling basically, because you don't know what everybody else is holding, and so you don't know where the market's going to go. Anyone that tells you they know where the market's going to go, they don't. Except those bloody tinderboxes. Well, everyone's saying the tinderboxes were going to go increase in price. They've slightly increased in price, but not significantly. Did you use any of the bags this expansion? I've used the unraveling one. I think that's the only one I've used this expansion. I intended on using all the engineering ones, but I didn't end up doing the pilfering in the end. Can I know how to set up TSM? Mine's not working. I do not have a setup thing for TSM. So if you want TSM setup information, say it to everybody. Both Hazel and Samadan have good setup guides for TSM. They doubled on EU Silvermoon.
Oh, fucking hate this.
They're region wide, so it doesn't matter what server I put in there. So the price has gone up a bit. What we're up to like 10,000 now. So yeah, it has gone up a bit. But on the US side, it has gone up a bit as well. Yeah, US was at like nearly 8,000 anyway. And it's at like 9,700 now, but supply's really dropped. Supply on the US side has really dropped off. So that could really improve a lot more than the EU side with how low that supply is. if the demand is genuine. Because the thing is, you don't know if the demand's genuine or if people are just buying them up to flip. Be smart and sell raid food and pots. Yeah, but even selling pots is nightmare profit margins. Even for me now. There was an add-on named Autofiller or something like that, which automatically filled the next 1,000 mats for prospecting mill on Raven Square. Oh my god. Autofiller. I need to look at that tomorrow. That sounds amazing. Your craft sim says negative profit, but you're still pumping. What's the plan behind it? I'm just curious. Like, I'm not bothered about losing the gold. The gold's nothing. I'm just curious what sort of results to get from 10,000. I know I'm going to lose like some gold from it. I'm not bothered about that. Yeah, minus 77k. Are we nearly done? We've got what? 1, 2, 3, 4 more. So we'll probably end up at about minus like 150 or something. But I've never prospected rank 3 before, so I want to know roughly where the numbers sit. As in what you get. Because at least then, if I have an approximate what you get from it, then I know for the future, basically. If the price of the rank 3 stuff does come down. Craft sim often lies to you, at least in my experience. I always do my own calculations. Yeah, well, that's what I'm doing. I'm getting some numbers. What would you say are some good professions for alt concentration builds? Like, I've done the dual crafting one, I've done the tailoring one, and like I've said to everyone, the enchanting one's probably coming next. Is Dawn Dusk Bolt still viable for alt armies? I don't like it because of the amount of effort it takes. Because you need so, like, my concentration builds are set up and then they're set up and you don't do anything else with them. But the Dawn and Duskweave Bolts ones just need so much more effort and so much more maintenance for the extra knowledge points and stuff that you're having to put into them every week. It's just, I can't be bothered with that. If you want to put all that effort in every week, then that's fine. But that's too much effort for me. I'd rather just have easy concentration builds. Why only 4 and not 8 accounts? The only reason I haven't got 8 accounts up is because my PC won't handle it while I'm streaming. If I think it on my old streams from like 2 years ago, I think I have streamed with like 8 accounts before, but it just gets with the memory leak from crafting. It just doesn't, like you can see here. Even now, it's getting laggy at times, just from crafting. Is the blacksmithing weapon stone build from one of your videos still worth getting into as a main crafter? Like, everything's super competitive, so there'll be somebody there who can do it already. But there's changes coming to the spec, so they're increasing your drops and things like that. So I don't know I don't know where it's going to sit, basically. Bro, by the way, tell me, are you enriching email I've done in WoW? Because the content you make was big secret for a long time for most people. So I guess I hate you as much as I love you. Why not buy a PC? My PC is not actually bad. It's just that when you're crafting, especially when it's engineering for some reason, the memory usage for WoW just increases. It just increases more and more and more, and it just doesn't stop. It just keeps going higher and higher and higher until you log out on the character for like 30 seconds and log back in again. And it's just an annoying thing that's happened since sort of the end of last expansion. Which race gives benefit to inscription? It's Nightborn. The add-on calculating profit is CraftSim. Still early in my auction house journey. I found on EU I get some profit at rank 2 heel pots, marginal. Yeah, but you found something, and you found something, and you just zoom in on that market. Because even if it's only a little bit, if you do it enough, then you make some good gold from it. It's one of those weird things with a 20-year-old game, yeah. Whenever I select my Tinkercrafts in engineering, yeah, there's just some weird stuff going on basically with the crafting. I don't know what's I don't really know what's going on. Right, guys, I think we're gonna have to leave it there for today because I'm getting quite hungry and it's getting quite late. So thank you all for coming. It's been fun. We shall do it all again soon. If you are not already subscribed to the channel, please do so. And if you've got any other questions, leave them on the video, okay?